recap our plan for the day for them. All right, YouTube is live. Microphone should be good. Audio's good. Let's do it. All right, so we got the shader to ghosty, or shader toy to ghosty, like script working. It's pretty awesome. We were able to get 2 shaders working, the Windows 95 one, as well as this space one, which is awesome. From there, we also discovered a source of our memory leak for the turbo stream. It's actually inside of not Redis because of the implementation that we're using for DashMap. It doesn't actually allow the system to reclaim that stuff until we do like a full-on crash. So I think we can get way better uptime if we don't have those forced crashes due to out-of-memory issues, which would be nice. And then, last but not least, the plan. Right, more work on TurboStream and the not Redis thing. We also want to see if we could get Pi auto research going on something. Like maybe like overnight. That would be kind of cool. That would be kind of cool. So yeah, we'll think about how that works and what we can do for that. That'll be interesting. But yeah, anyway, that's our plan for today. Let's get to it. Let me pour myself a beverage. Obviously, that's just science. Let's show off the shader we got. Oh no, I don't have my keys on me though. Well, wait, pirate level of a bottle? Oh, gotcha. You're talking about the whiskey bottle. Yeah. That is a Costco-sized bottle of whiskey. And a remarkable fucking deal. Such a good deal. Costco, man. The best. All right, so this is one of the shaders that we generated just yesterday. All we did was copy and paste the one, get it over here. My dream of maybe doing this through the API, that's a lot tougher. I don't know how we'd do that. Because number one, the Shader Toy API is actually pretty restrictive. All right, but like this one, could we do it? I bet we could do this one. What do we call it? Blue, red, shiny? Let's try it. Let's try it. Blue, red, shiny dot GLSL. Oh no. Wait, what did I do? There we go. All right. So we fixed that. We've got it in there. Now we just want to try and run. Nope, not NPX. It's oh, that's right. That's right. All right, so here we are in this. I'm trying to remember, wait, where did we actually run this? Why is it not getting us our history. Why was I using that tab for this stuff as well? Okay, well, we'll just do this. Blue, red, shiny, right? Oh, here's the thing. We should have actually verified that it works. Yeah, we'll look at PI auto research here soon. Ooh. Excuse me. Right, so theoretically, we've got blue, red, shiny, and blue, red, shiny new right there. What we'll do is we will get blue, red, shiny in there. We'll do without the new first. So that's going to suck. Okay, so blue, red, shiny is actually broken. Why? Because I think it's all of this BS that they're doing. Like, this would fail a validator for sure. So this one doesn't work. Well, let's show one of the Windows ones then. That's a bummer. I should have checked it before we even tried to convert it. But if we do Win95, this is one of the ones that we did convert. And what you'll notice is a raw Win95 like shader here. You know, it renders, but it's actually upside down. And we don't have any text anymore. So we ran this then through our converter, and our converter specifically does go through and invert the y-axis and composite the thing together for us. So then, bam. How do you like my my Windows terminal? So yeah, the big difference between those that I'll at least show off is actually pretty damn straightforward. So if we go Win95 here, right? The main gist is that we actually just modify this last bit. There may be something else in there, but it's pretty much just this last bit. So then we go to the new, and that's basically it, right? Like, this last chunk. So right after the frag color equals mix part. Frag color equals mix, right? They redefine that, whatever. But then we add this stuff that then composites, and I think the flip is actually elsewhere. There's like one more place that there were that we're doing like a flip of the y-axis. I think it's actually in one of these. Like, it might be this part right here. But yeah, it's actually a pretty straightforward process for a simple enough shader. But yeah, like, I don't know. I want to make a YouTube video about converting shaders from ShaderToy to Ghosty. I want to show off like the Ghosty shaders library and some stuff we've done for it. And yeah, I think I want to show off ShaderToy to Ghosty, like that script, which we'll have to publish at some point. But yeah, it is a bummer that not all of these work. And yeah, the thing I was actually trying to show off is that, and oh god. Hey, I did remember the password. Nice. But yeah, so right here, API access is driven by your status. And to get API access, you actually have to be silver status or above. Which is a fucking bummer, man. And now I'm not even seeing the place where that was. Yeah, it's like something like profile slash apps. Nope. Yep. Silver or gold status. So yeah, that's like the hardest part, I think. Yeah, so that's a bummer. But yep, I access apps. It's just my apps. Wow. Let's see. Yeah, it needs to be silver or gold. I don't know. Let's just try it. All right, so we'll do something like that. Sure. And then yeah, it just doesn't let me. Patreon time, I guess. Okay, so yeah, that was that. This Pi Auto Research thing. This is taking the idea of auto research from. Wait, why did someone say it was Toby that did this? Is this someone's fork? Why did someone say Toby made this? I'm confused about that. Well, anyway, inspired by Carpathy Auto Research, works for any optimization target, test speed, bundle size, LLM training, build times, lighthouse scores, etc. And I don't know if we've actually looked at that here at GitKraken. Yeah, all right. So I'm going to share this one with work at least. Uh, yeah, sorry. I just need to pass this to work. Okay, so this is the official repo. Perfect. Okay, so hold on. Sorry, I'm just passing this to work because I do think Pi Auto Research is worth sharing. And what's up, Fervent? Been a little bit. Yeah, it's been a long time, man. How you doing? Did you just make it in here because we did like the tag on Discord? If so, I might start doing those tags more often then. Shit. But yeah, let me get more music going. Sure. But yeah, so I would love to figure out how we could use this for optimizing performance and stuff. Just making sure I'm sharing this to the right channels. Topic dev. Okay. Okay. So, how's everyone doing? Let me catch up on chat. Actually not. So you just hopped in randomly. That's fine too. Yeah, no worries, man. Dude, it's just part of the fun, experiencing and figuring all this shit out together. It's kind of vibe coding, Frank, but you know, just messing with it. This fucking bullshit. Dude, Anthropic, what the fuck? They said switch to another tab and it works. No, it doesn't. Yeah, someone. Let me put it this way. We complained about this yesterday. We didn't have this a single fucking time using Codex. The moment we switched to Claude, we're getting this like every other prompt. It's fucking bullshit, dude. Like, how the fuck is Claude even in business with an API this unreliable? All right, so whatever. So yeah, we're doing a bunch of bullshit. You know, we'll create a PR for this one. Go ahead and create that PR when it's done. I know, rare Wednesday stream, exactly. Yeah, I didn't have any later meetings or anything today. And I don't know, I really want to fix this shit, you know? Yeah, exactly, Fervent. And you can swear here, that's fine. Okay, so let's think about this. So we're using a single dash map. A stored value wraps a Redis data with an optional expiration. I'm not sure streams are necessary. Okay, so they're noticing just different repos or different, like there's a duplicate, right? So the scope of the memory management improvements, the branch name is that, sure. Based on my note about the dash map not releasing backing allocation after trim, am I specifically looking for stream trimming? Could replace with a new dash map. I think that might be the move. Hmm. I'm not certain we use streams in the app I am consuming this with. Let's put the wait, what is SDD? All right, so I'm not certain we use streams in the app I am consuming this with. Let's put the type definition and stream stuff into a separate beads issue. All right, so then from there, I am on a Mac. Oh, spec-driven development. Gotcha. I don't necessarily define like a full specification, but you may be interested in. It's not that. Hold on. Jamin Holmgren actually has like a description of his process, which is pretty good. To speak instead of typing, I'm good. I don't have a mic wired up to my Mac Mini, so I can't do that. I could fix that eventually. I just not right now. Oh god. Yep. GSD and OpenSpec. Yeah, hold on. Let me just do this because I am actually quite interested in that. So we'll look at it as another thing. But Jamin Holmgren here. He has this thing he calls night shift. So it's not necessarily like an entire like thing. It's just more of like this is his flow. And let me put this somewhere too. All right, so okay. All right, sorry, we're gonna skip this song. Fucking lyrics. Okay. You also looked at Claude Flow RUV. I have not seen this one. That looks like a bunch of bullshit. Okay. Okay, so then OpenSpec. Yeah, I hadn't heard of that one either. One thing I do want to point out is technically intent by augment. It creates a specification of its own anyway. So I've been kind of doing the spec thing without having to like adopt anything rigid about it. I'm just working within Intent by Augment's flow. So I would say, Fervent, give Intent by Augment a try. One thing to remember is that you can actually use it for free. You just need to like download it, start setting it up with OpenAI or Claude or even OpenCode. And then they're going to prompt you to like create a free account. And the free account just doesn't get like Augie and like their bullshit. So it's definitely worth like trying to wire up to some of these things just to like give it a try and see if you like the flow. I do really like the idea of like the workspaces and, you know, you can group by repo or whatever. I don't know. And it really does, like, if we look at this, the spec that we created for this is here, right? So yeah, we actually saw it on the right there. But right, it generates this entire spec with like acceptance criteria, non-goals, assumptions, verification plan, and the fix approach. Yeah, it's really not bad. It's a very nice tool. There are some bugs, especially if you're using Claude. Like, Claude is the least reliable API I've ever fucking dealt with. I don't understand how they're still in business with how unreliable that fucking API is. Like, what the fuck? So yeah, I do think Intent by Augment needs some kind of like retry logic when there's a network connection issue. No, I'm not going full API. I'm just saying that like technically Claude Code is going through their API in some way, right? And that shit is so goddamn like unpredictable. It's just bullshit. So no, I'm not going full API because like I'm not made of money. I'm doing the $20 tier. I had the $20 tier on Codex. I canceled that. I think we ran out yesterday. Like that's where my like subscription stopped ticking. And we switched over to Claude. But Claude's API is just such like Claude's reliability is just such garbage. Like I'd rather be using OpenCode at this point. You're still using OpenCode. OpenClaw went with Ollama. Let me put it this way. If you're using OpenCode, you can actually use local models too. It feels like it's every other request. Like, I didn't get a single one of these like networking things, and now I'm getting them with like every other request, especially longer running stuff. So look at it this way, Frank. Typically with Claude Code, it's more of like a back and forth, as opposed to like, here's a thing, do all of these things in a list. Can't afford to build a server PC, wish you could. Oh, yeah, no, I'm just saying, like, the option is out there, and, like, dude, Ollama or LM Studio, look at it this way. Noah, even if you were, whatever, I don't want to, like, whatever, right? You could still start turning smaller, more manageable nodes, right? Like Nemotron Nano or Nemotron Super or whatever, right? Or I'm sure they're on Ollama too. But right, like some of these that are actually small enough to fit in RAM, like GLM Flash, right? They're pretty small, right? Nemotron Nano 4B is extremely small. The idea is that you could then start farming out overnight via like a Ralph loop kind of thing. But the Ralph loop is really just Pi auto research, right? So you could wire this up to a local model because this thing's just going to churn nonstop over and over and over and over again. Like, could you imagine how expensive that bullshit's going to be? Fuck that. Fuck that. So yeah, here they're doing some like Shopify liquid something or other, and they are trying to optimize what looks like some kind of like parsing speed. So it's a combined run, a parse US, render US, allocations, parse what's the difference between... They're the same thing. Why is that duplicated? That's vibe coded as fuck. That's vibe coded as fuck. Anyway, the idea is that like as they iterate through it, right? This Pi Auto Research is just like trying stuff, just randomly. And if it works, well, hey, we do it. If it doesn't, well, fuck it. We just delete it and revert it and go back. And we just keep trying. But could you imagine how many tokens this would spend just like overnight? Like an OpenClaw kind of bullshit? Like, fuck that. So instead, a local model would be really, really, really useful. So yeah, like, I do want to learn how to get this going. I want to like send it through and like I want to make it work for the Turbo Stream in some way. Some guy spent $13K. Fuck that. So you have a 750 Ti. Yikes. And you use LM Studio as CPU only? Does it work though? Are you able to actually do that? Like, is it actually like useful? Like overnight, who cares? It runs as long as you want. It is. Yeah, that's fucking cool, man. So even if you're on CPU only, you can still like do stuff. It's like 6 tokens a second. Whatever. It runs, it does something, and you can let it churn overnight while you're sleeping anyway. Who gives a shit? Well, no, this is for like performance optimization, right? Like, do you want to do all of this like performance optimization by hand? Ugh, gross. Nah, man, just let some model do that for you overnight. But yeah, it could work for anything. Test speed, bundle size, LLM training, build times, Lighthouse scores, whatever. Just make sure you have a good validation step and you're good to go. Like, that could be cool. Okay. So, you need like a book on AI or something, but you did wonder what is Claude used for, coding, etc. Well, there's Claude, which is just the name of the model, right? And then there's Claude Code, which is a harness. So, right, like Claude is just an AI model, man, right? Like, don't even worry about it. But Claude Code is now this like UI that you then interact with your code base by prompting through the model, and it has a bunch of other shit built in. So this is what we talk about when we're now talking about like agentic things. In general, ChatGPT, Claude, Perplexity, most of these things are just read-only. They don't make modifications to anything because they're running in your browser or whatever. Whereas a tool like Claude Code has access to your file system and can actually do things. That is really like, if you're confused about the term agentic, all it means is that you're like, LLM can now actually do stuff because it's wired up to your CLI or whatever. Or it's wired up to APIs, or it's wired up to all sorts of shit. It just means that instead of being a conversation, it's now doing stuff on your behalf. That's all agentic means in this context. I think some people, especially myself, before I really got into it and understood it, some people, I think, assigned more to that term than it actually is. It's just an LLM that can actually do stuff instead of just say stuff. I know that wasn't exactly your question, but I don't know. I think that got at least a part of what you're looking for. All right, so how y'all doing? Typingpoorly.com.dev, whichever one you want. All right, so hold on. Thanks to Grinchy. Appreciate you. But okay, so let's keep kicking stuff off. Let's keep doing things. Augment. Yeah, it's a little small, so yeah, no worries. Yeah, definitely worth checking out. I quite like it. How much have you done with these things? My guess is you just haven't actually used these tools that much because you'd realize where their limitations are. But it's a pretty tired question, especially for a first-time chatter. No offense. I will eventually talk about this stuff. It'll come up organically. Just a prompt from first-time chatter. It's usually drive-by spam, and we never see these people again anyway. Same people that were spamming like React versus Angular, explain, right? Similar drive-by chat comments. So I don't know, man. I'd be happy to keep you around, but also kind of a red flag. Did you? This says first time chat. Do we think Twitch vibe coded that? It does show that you have other messages. Yeah, maybe it's before they implemented that feature. No, I look at it. Hold on. No, actually, no. These are all from today. Yeah, maybe you had another account. It's fine. So I appreciate you. I do just got to let you know that I am apprehensive. That's me being a bit of a jerk. Happy to keep you here and chat and, like, appreciate you. But again, there's just like, there's some criteria for like how much energy do I want to expend. So I appreciate you. Thank you. If you're on the other account and I could see, like, at least a little bit of loyalty, maybe. But I don't know. I got shit I want to do. And trying to predict the future is something human beings are really fucking bad at. So it's just, I don't know. Maybe eventually. It'll come up organically. Let's just put it that way. All right, so I'm going to say this PR. I think we're done. Fuck it. But how about this? How do you feel about it? That's why you stopped streaming, DeGrinchy? Yeah, I mean, we're coming up on 8 years of streaming myself. Over that time, I have definitely learned to recognize that there's a lot of like drive-by comments like that. Whether this person was doing that, it does exhibit the same pattern that those comments follow. But, they weren't a dick about it. So they're super cool in my book. If they hang out, become a good member of the community, I will be way more open to answering questions like that in the future. So yeah, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. How do I pronounce that? Beneficus? Yeah. Oh, and that Nightbot video? Yes, please watch that. I'm really proud of those interviews. I feel like I nailed it. I think I fucking nailed it, and I hope they bring me back next year to interview these people as well. I wish it was on my channel. You liked the first video? Oh, Noah, I mean, that's the same one if you haven't seen that one yet. So yeah, you might have seen this one already. I don't know if the other... I think they would tag me. Oh, Noah! Got it. Sorry, my bad. There were two of them back to back there. My bad. And I'm not sure what order you saw them in. So yeah, there's the Nightbot one that's like, the Daniel Rowe software is a team sport. That has nothing to do with React. That's a Get Cracking thing. That one's good. I think you'll like it because Daniel's just such a dude to talk to. But the Nicholas Gallagher from Meta one, that one I'm really happy with. He does have a cool accent. How far are you into the video? We even talk about that. Okay. Yeah. We even talk about that part. So yeah, I don't want to spoil that. But yeah, what's up, Caleb? How you doing? The gray one with the dragon. Was that last year's? No, that was like 2 years ago, wasn't it? I don't even know if I was a part of that one. Because, yeah, you've spoken at every single one of them, haven't you? Yeah, I think it's before my time. Yep. And then, hold on. Let me catch up. Oh, yeah, you didn't speak this year. Yeah, because we just couldn't make it happen. I don't remember what the issue was. Yeah, that's a bummer. This year's was a really good hoodie, too. Oh, this year's was a really good hoodie. I showed you that one, right? I could go grab it if you want. Because blue's your color. Yeah. I mean, it's more of a turquoise, but yeah, I get you. Yeah, it's like, okay, I did show it off. Cool. And then, hold on. DeGrinchy. Too many trolley agendas. And then you had another comment that I had missed. So yeah, it is. You put it to the side because you were explaining yourself or processes or juggling opinions in chat more so than you were able to get shit done for what you were aiming to do for that stream. Yeah, and I get that. It's tough because you don't want to be like just head down hammering out code. There's only a couple people that can do that, and it's actually entertaining. Last Miles. Yeah, he nails it. Like, you don't even see the code. You just see him fucking just wizard bearding it up, you know? Does he even have a beard right now, actually? I don't remember. But yeah, there are some streamers that, like, I don't know. There's a very fine line between, hey, is this a just chatting stream or what? At the moment, this is basically just a just chatting stream. We're going to get to more code, okay? But then there's other people that take it the other direction, and they don't even look at chat. They don't respond. They don't, like, that is actually way worse than a just chatting stream. Like, dude, if you were going to make a glorified 6-hour-long YouTube video, you could have just made a 6-hour-long YouTube video if you weren't going to look at chat. The entire point of streaming live is the audience interaction. You know, like, it's just, that's how Kent C. Dodds used to run his stream. God, there's the other guy who was super big time in the JS ecosystem that used to stream. He built like a desktop orchestration kind of tool, like similar to Nut.js, but like it was a different name, and I forget that dude's name. But yeah, there were some people that were streaming on this category with zero audience interaction. It's like the AWS streams, right? Like, no, do not treat this like a fucking news broadcast. That could just be a YouTube video. It doesn't need to be a live stream. Anything less than 2 hours? Yeah, probably shouldn't have been a live stream. I don't know. I have very strong opinions about how brands and companies approach streaming. Like, honestly, we did a streaming thing for GitKraken last month. It was fun. We didn't have a YouTube channel, which we do have one. We just didn't have it set up. I'd love to do just some more shit on their channel and whatever, right? Just live coding and hacking some stuff out and whatever, right? That'd be fun. I think that would be good. We just need to make it like a regular cadence. Like, I would happily do every 2 weeks. Monthly, I don't know. Right? Monthly GitKraken office hours or whatever. And I'm just sitting there hacking, coding, chatting, talking about stuff. We bring on some people from the company, blah, blah. It's like a webinar, but there's no worry about like the email capture. So it feels a little more organic. I think that could be cool. I don't know. Whatever. Anyway. Hold on. Before, 1 second. The Team Sport videos are different. The Team Sport videos, though, that's just purely a podcast and a YouTube video. I think doing those live would fucking suck. Like, I actually questioned the Primogen streaming the stand-up. Like, he's big time enough, it doesn't matter, but, like, he doesn't even give his channel the chance to get his, like, to his 2,000 concurrent, because the shit's over after a half hour, and people take a half hour to show up just because of how shitty the Twitch notification system is, right? So I do find that interesting. Like, it could have just been a YouTube video. It could have been recorded offline. Like, it's not like they even pay attention to chat. Like, they basically ignore chat while they're doing the stand-up, right? So it's like, I don't know. But he can do whatever he wants, let me put it that way. Just like I can analyze it and think about it and form an opinion. Does it mean I'm right? No. Does it mean they're wrong? No. But yeah, so you've got a proper home setup. You're hoping to get back into the groove of streaming again? Dude, that would be awesome, man. Yeah, dude. That'd be great. What would you be streaming? Would you be streaming Get Butler stuff or just like side projects? Now, real quick. To celebrate the Irish New Year, I made myself some fish and chips. They didn't have Guinness at the store because it was St. Patrick's Day, obviously. I fucked up. I went there at like 8 o'clock at night. All the Guinness in the entire grocery store was gone. So I had to go for Irish Death instead, which was fine. Did I pass the test? Am I an honorary Brit or Irishman? I think I'm an honorary Irishman. They didn't have pollock. Pollock is actually my favorite fish to do fish and chips with. But they did have Dover sole, which I think is somewhat traditional. I know cod is like more preferred. And then I did catfish. Because I love... There's something like extra like good and fishy about catfish. Whereas like Dover sole and pollock are... There's almost like no flavor to it. And they like dissolve. Rather than like create this like nice flaky fish. So I don't know. That might be why cod is preferred, because it does the flakiness better, and it's like a thicker, like fishy fish. But catfish is a really, really good fish and chips too. So yeah, beer battered fish and chips. It's actually really, really fucking simple. Right? It's really fucking simple. You get yourself a nice, like, whatever beer you want. It could be a light beer. I think technically Guinness is probably the one you should do if you're doing an Irish version, right? But Irish Death worked out pretty well. I've heard stouts are really good. I think especially a stout is necessary for this batter the way I did it, because I didn't have any wheat flour. All I had was rice flour. So the stout gave it the color that it needed. Otherwise, the rice flour would have been like too like pale, and it would have looked weird, right? Here's the thing though, rice flour will actually get crispier. Rice flour gets really fucking crispy. So when I'm typically doing any fried food, I will do a half and half of rice flour and wheat flour. I didn't have wheat flour, so instead I pulled some shenanigans. I added some cornstarch to thicken it up a bit, and I added some baking powder. So yeah, the cornstarch and the baking powder made it like get this like nice fucking like crispiness to it. Like super crispy. If you do a pure wheat flour can actually get soggy pretty quick. Unless you're doing some other things to it. I think even more so when you're doing like a fried chicken kind of like dredge and like not batter, but the other part. You tried making fish and chips once, but you used a light beer and it just didn't taste good? Really? I know I've used Rolling Rock before, but Rolling Rock's not necessarily like a light beer. I think it's technically a brown ale, right? But yeah, just saying. I do some really, really good fish and chips. Like, really fucking good. Dude, these were amazing. So yeah, just had to brag about that, you know? And now we can actually, like, I guess, get to some code or something. Ugh. But God, those fish and chips were so good. All right, so this one is done and merged, and we want to just archive that. Let's go look at this stuff. That one, archived. Fixing the Rust memory leak. Memory management improvements. All right, so yeah, this is it. We wanted to finish this part up. All right, so I'm not certain we use streams in the app I'm consuming this with. Let's do that in a separate thing. Yep. And so hold on. If you're still out there, God, the name starts with a V and I forgot. Veneficus. This is what I'm getting at. Like, if you have used any of these tools at all, you would start to recognize in general that letting this thing just take the wheel is the wrong approach, right? Like, vibe coding, as far as like not even looking at the code, just like pure eyes, like, fuck it, you know? Like, I'd rather call that braille coding at this point. I think that's been dead for a long time. I'm trying to like keep like doing it just to be sure, but like no matter what, during the planning phase of the stuff I'm doing, I actually need to engage my engineer brain and let it know what we should actually be doing in this task, and then split stuff out to other tasks. The PRs are actually reviewable so that like regressions can be caught. Like, they're the biggest thing I want to say is that writing code has kind of always been a small part of being a software developer. To people that don't code, that sounds insane. To people who've ever done this for a living, they know that's actually the case. Right? In general, coding was never the bottleneck. I think that's the biggest way to put it. Now that more people can do it, cool. Now more people are experiencing that they can make the 10 to 20% of the entire task faster. But as far as like being an employed software dev, dude, you're going to be spending 30% of your time in meetings. Right? Planning meetings, right? Etc. Like all sorts of shit. You're going to be spending another 10 to 20% of your time just pair programming with your coworkers, trying to figure out that tricky bug. Will there be less of that these days? Maybe, but you know what? I think still, as we're like debating and chatting with the LLM to find a good spec, yeah, maybe pair prompting will become a thing. Fuck it. By that point, like, you still have so much less of the job that's actually like the code part. Then there's the code review part, right? The part where you actually have to like read someone else's code. That's always been more of my time than actually writing code. Always, because I come from companies that at least had a good code review culture, which I really appreciate. I got lucky to like dodge bullets about code review culture, like bad code review culture. Right, when you've already done the thinking and then it does something like outside the scope of it, it's like, motherfucker. So maybe that's even part of it. At some point, you just discuss what you want to do. You get this thing to like help you plan the shit. And then actually, you know what? I can just hammer out the code. Maybe give me some boilerplate and I'll just modify it. No big deal. So yeah, I don't know. I am worried for software developer jobs the same way I was worried for WordPress jobs when Wix came onto the scene. Meaning that I'm just not. Wix existing does not mean that WordPress devs are out of a job. It's just not the case. All of the no-code tools, low-code tools out there in the world didn't do a single fucking thing to eat into the WordPress market. Like, really, really, truly think about that. Things like Lovable, again, the moment that you hit a boundary on what the Lovable thing shit out for you, you need someone with expertise to fix it. That's all there is to it. So yeah, I think just go back 10 years. Oh my God, have you heard about Wix? Do you think this is going to take your, like, your marketing site, like, WordPress style jobs away? Do you think there's any, like, hope for WordPress devs in the future? Yeah, there were definitely doomers out there drinking the fucking low code and no code, like, Kool-Aid that thought WordPress devs were done for. Bullshit. Bullshit. Right? Like, it's just, well, yeah, maybe you haven't been in the industry for 10 years and you haven't seen all the things that were going to take developer jobs. My parents are old enough to remember SQL being brand new. And oh my God, this is going to take so many fucking developer jobs. Oh my God. Managers are going to be able to write their own queries. That never fucking happened. That never fucking happened. Dude, like, I don't know. Now CEOs and blah, 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 right? You got Gary Tan hammering out some fucking Claude skills bullshit. And it's like, yeah, I get it. I don't want to be like overly snarky and think that that has zero value, but also the people glazing Gary Tan for that shit, like, come on. Like, come on. So yeah, do I fully believe in like the nihilistic approach to AI and some of the shit that Mobitar, whatever, I forget what his current handle is. I don't necessarily believe what he's saying whole hog. And I'm not even sure he believes what he's saying whole hog. Because if you look at his content, look at all of his YouTube videos, he's not even consistent with his approach to these things. Seems to me like he was doing both, and whichever one took off was the one he was going to do. So he's either going to be an AI Zoomer or an AI Doomer. Whichever shit gets more views. Oh, AI Doomer it is. So yeah, like there is just a pervasive need, like a pervasive just like instinct for a streamer to do whatever they can, not streamer even, YouTube creator, to do whatever they can to fucking get above the algorithm and get recommended to everybody and fucking go big and go viral and fucking like just, hey, set for life, content creator, hey, right? So much so that if they have one video that they don't actually truly 100% believe in, but it goes viral, that's their personality now. And that's tough. That's fucking brutal, man. I would hate to have a channel in which I couldn't just be me, you know? Like I'd have to have a shtick. Oh, you're the anti-AI guy. Oh, you're the pro AI guy or whatever, right? Like that just ugh. Primogen. Oh, you're the news guy. Similarly, Theo, oh, you're the web dev news guy. Cool. I don't know. I don't know what kind of content I would really like label myself as eventually, but I just, yeah, the idea of having a label like that is less fun. So I don't know. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I don't ever want to be a current events streamer or current events YouTuber. It just doesn't sound fun to me. Like oh God, I gotta get a video out about this thing immediately. Oh God, like I don't want to stress about that. Like more power to the people that do. I envy them. They can do it. I can't. I would be so fucking miserable. No, thank you. No, thank you. I remember being at Chain React and the fucking what was the clown strike, right? Everyone remember the clown strike thing? Yeah, Theo was down there in Portland, and then the clown strike shit happened. And he was like stressing, like, oh my God, I need to get a video out. And he had to go film it like Jason Langsdorff's studio because he needed to get a video out that day. Otherwise, like, what's the point of even making it? That sounds fucking miserable. If he likes it, more power to him. I would fucking hate it. Like, I can't even enjoy a fucking conference. I gotta be like, oh God, let's go make some content. Like, ugh. So yeah, I think that's why I'll probably never make it. Which is fine. I'm okay with it. I still go to like conferences and at least one or two people are like, oh hey, I was just in your stream the other day. That's all I need. I don't need to be Theo famous. I don't need to be Primogen famous. Just go to a conference, couple people recognize you. Yes. Good to go. I'm okay with that one. But okay, I know. And this is basically a just chatting stream at this point. Should I change the category? No, I'm not going to do that. And Sean Connery's shtick is around 2 feet long. That would be a terrible golf club. And yeah, hold on, Cotter. I think you're thinking of Willem Dafoe. I'm pretty sure you're thinking of Willem Dafoe. I'm almost positive you're thinking of Willem Dafoe. It's because he pronounces S as sh. That's fine. But I've never heard the rumor that Sean Connery was packing heat. But it's like widely known. It's not even a rumor, it's like absolute fact. That Willem Dafoe is packing heat. You just meant stick as a wooden stick? Sure, you did. Sure, you did. Uh huh. Uh huh. Totally. I'm just having fun. You know that, right? I'm just bullshitting. I believe you. Double wink. All right, so yeah, our next step. We do want to fix this like memory leak bullshit. Um, All right, there we go. We're gonna skip this song. How dare they? Singing in my ear. Shit. All right. So yeah, those are the things. We have a memory leak. It's not like a leak in the way that you would normally think about it. What? Yeah, I didn't even think about that for Event. But yeah, they do have like a browser for sure. All right. Okay, so yeah, number 3, what cleanup method are we using? Are we calling flushdb individual del calls or relying on key expiration? This affects which fixed path matters most. I'm not sure. We probably need to fix them all. Sure. And then number 4, the graph data. Yes, share the graph data. All right, you asked for it. Where's this graph data? Maybe I have to do it at the bottom? I know there's some way to get this into RAM. Oh, shit. I know. Hold on. All right, there you go. You wanted it. You got it. Toyota. You asked for it. You got it. Toyota. Is it you asked for it or you wanted it? I think it's wanted it. You wanted it. You got it. Toyota. Anyone here ever watch the movie Forget Paris? It's the spiritual successor to When Harry Met Sally. I think. When Harry Met Sally. That's Billy Crystal, right? Might be mixing them up. Anyway, Forget Paris. It's a fun film, okay? Wait, that's Deborah Winger these days? She doesn't even look like herself anymore. Huh. That is her, I guess. But yeah, so, you know, Billy Crystal plays an NBA referee. He ends up in a situation where he's like, this is the father of his wife or girlfriend or whatever, William Hickey. He's been in like every 90s movie you've ever seen, right? Every single one. Every single goddamn one. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. But he has that voice, right? You wanted it, you got it. Toyota. So yeah, basically, there's a part where Billy Crystal's character is driving the father of his wife, right? His father-in-law, technically, somewhere. But the father-in-law is like a little kind of like screw loose, and he just repeats the shit that he reads as he's reading it. And then sometimes we'll like latch onto a phrase. And he latches onto that commercial that I think we all remember from the 90s if you're old enough. You wanted it, you got it. Toyota. And it was on billboards. It was a major fucking campaign. Right? It was a bunch of bullshit. Like, obviously, whatever. Who cares? It's fucking car advertising. But, dude, the William Hickey father-in-law in that movie just keeps saying that phrase over and over and over again, and it drives Billy Crystal almost insane. And I don't know why. Damn it, there it is again. Okay, so it's not as often as I was making it out to be, but it hits at, like, exactly the wrong fucking times. This is it, right here, Frank. This is fucking it, dude. Goddamn Claude, I didn't see this a single time with Codex. But here it is again. I complained about this online, and Augment even was like, hey, thanks for letting us know, Chris. Cheers. Or whatever, right? Like, hey. worries there, Fervent. Yeah, dude. I just like hanging out. Appreciate you being here, man. Thank you. I found that's like a big thing for me. Oh, and had you not seen beads before? Oh shit. Yeah, my bad. I could have given you this link. You haven't seen beads before? Dude, beads is actually like the coolest thing this Steve Yagi guy has done. Like Gastown's interesting, and I don't know, Ralph Loop or whatever that other bullshit's interesting. Beads is actually the most important thing this dude's done. Right? It's just like an issue tracker. It's like a Trello board, basically. But then you do something like, maybe not in this repo, but in this repo, right? We get this list of like beads issues. Maybe the contrast is a bit much. I might switch to a different theme or different shader. But yeah, dude, like you get all of these issues now like trackable and individually like doable. And like you get to like farm that out to like a, hey man, I don't want to do that now, but keep an issue for later and we'll pick it up later. So it's very cool, and you don't even need to then like wire up to Jira or whatever, right? Because if we were to go and like do a new thing, yeah, technically there's Linear, there's GitHub, there's Sentry, there's all sorts of context we can add, but all of these things require a paid tier of Augment. So that's where I'm not trying to say it's worth buying, but you may find your value in it eventually if you do need to wire up to Linear, Sentry, GitHub issues, PRs, whatever. I find this less useful for what I'm doing as a solo dev, but if I was on a team, dude, I'd get the company to pay for Augment Intent in a heartbeat. I think it'd be worth it. Like, it'd be totally worth it. But you could also just copy and paste context, too, if you wanted. So that's a little trickier. But yeah, so that's, like, my biggest thing. Like, I get it. Augment needs to make money somehow. They are dealing with the same problem GitKraken Desktop has. Like, yeah, I understand that some of these things would make my life easier, but I also understand that I could spend that money on something else. $20 doesn't really go that far these days. That's like half of a meal when you're eating out. You know, like, it's just $20. So like, honestly, I could pay for it at some point. But the more you like let this shit add up, the more like you just got like 20 different $20 a month things, and that is not an insignificant number. So you gotta like, the amount of like subscription creep that is possible these days, that is like the gnarliest part that I think we face as software devs now. Like everything's a goddamn subscription now. Everything. All right, so hold on. Someone said I just need to keep switching tabs and this will work, I guess. I don't know if they're actually right though. So we'll just like click around and do some stuff. Maybe we will be able to run it locally eventually, maybe. Like, I mean, technically this is running locally. Like, we're not even really hitting their servers. We're just hitting Claude and some other shit. Like, I understand that an integration is a bit of overhead. It's not worth $20 a month, though. And I think that's a problem we run into at GitKraken. Like, yeah, man, I get it. Sure, on the free tier, in the trial, whatever, open source repos, all that shit, just fine. But like, just an integration to see my issues, is that really worth $20 a month? Like, GitKraken's fucking dirt cheap. GitKraken's dirt fucking cheap. So like, yeah, for $4 a month, okay, fine, sure. But that's, I think, what I'm getting at with Intent by Augment. Give me a billing tier in which I can pay for issue connections at like $5 a month, because I don't need Augie. I don't need Augie whatsoever. Nah, man, I'm not going to use that infrastructure. I'm not going to pay to subsidize that infrastructure because I'm not going to use it ever. But I will happily use Augment Intent's like connection to issue providers and stuff for a reasonable price. But $20 a month just to like connect to my fucking issue tracker? Fuck that, dude. Fuck that. Like, come on, man. They gotta know that's bullshit. Well, we give you all these credits. I don't want the credits. I'm good. I don't need the credits. Ooh, 1 second. Lexi. Yeah, sorry. I can read your message. You can do links in the future. You can repaste if you want, but I can read it, so I can just say it. Lexi23 said, I like T3 Chat's approach to the $8 tier, or with the $8 tier. Yeah, because with that $8 tier, they're massively like subsidizing their cost at scale, because a bunch of people will never use that amount of like chat tokens, right? To consume $8 worth of like just regular old chat tokens. So I think it's smart. Like, and you get so much access to so many providers that like, man, that's really good. I bet it's just an OpenRouter wrapper, which is fine. I consider OpenRouter to be one of the most fundamental tools to be built up around this entire AI ecosystem. In my opinion, if we really think about the things that will survive the bubble bursting, OpenRouter and Hugging Face. Those things are just absolute essential pillars of this entire ecosystem in a way that like some of these other things could come and go. Like the bubble will burst and like 80% of the companies around this AI shit will disappear. But those two are fucking forever, in my opinion. If I could work at OpenRouter, I'd work at OpenRouter. I don't care. Are they hiring? I would work any position at OpenRouter because I believe in the product that much. I think it is just one of those like absolutely essential fucking services. DevRel lead. God, I wish I was like capable of being a lead. Ooh, buddy, I'd apply to this in a fucking heartbeat. I believe in the product that much, man. I just do. And I believe in the team behind it. Like, I complained about a thing, and then all of a sudden it was rolled into like a better place for discoverability. Like, hold on, if we go to OpenRouter and we go to here, right? Hold on, maybe activity. They had some stuff in settings here where it was like some of this stuff just wasn't where I expected it. And then all of a sudden over here in privacy, okay, provider restrictions. Yeah, like this used to actually be hidden elsewhere. Right? Ignoring providers used to be a thing that was on a totally separate page. I made a tweet about it and they moved it to the privacy section like the next day. I'm not sure that was necessarily based on my tweet, but maybe that was like the confirmation they needed because other people had said it too. I don't know. But the fact that I noticed it, admitted like, oh, my bad, I couldn't find it. They took that and ran with it and changed it like within a day. That's so fucking cool, man. Like, I have faith in the team, the product, like all this shit. Am I qualified to be a lead? Right? Like, dude, all this shit, like, there are definitely ways where I'm not qualified. Interesting. Ooh, okay. So, hold on. I do think there are some things that I could do around this. Do they have an advocate program? Dude, we should have an advocate program. Like, I think there's a lot we could do there. Shit. So maybe I'm more qualified than I thought. I don't know. I just believe in the product so goddamn much that I'll apply anyway. Who gives a shit? Whatever. But yeah, I don't know. And honestly, I don't think anyone at GitKraken would be bummed because I don't know. I'm not sure. I really do think no matter what, GitKraken should be stoked on me trying to soar, right? Like spreading my wings and shit. Because in my opinion, having alumni that are a fan of your company at other companies is a major fucking win. Like a major win. They should start thinking about that. Like as a dev tools company, if you are leaving people with like a really good taste in their mouth after leaving your company, they will use your product at other companies. They will happily recommend it and talk about it in a positive light. There's something really valuable to when we part ways. Nah, man, like let's keep in touch. Like let's be stoked. Like, you know, the more and more that I get, like I've been in tech, the more and more I realize it's a very small world. And just don't be a dick, you know? And if you can do that, shit will just like pay dividends later. Like, don't do it just for the sake of the gain. Do it for the sake of being a good person. It'll pay off anyway. Right? Do this for the sake of being a good business, etc. So yeah, anyway, let me go grab another soda. And I'll be right back. Send a message to their CEO. He is pretty active on social media, isn't he? Alrighty. But yeah, I do think I'm gonna have to start paying for Twitter again. Fucking bullshit. Like, just with how buried my fucking tweets get, yeah, I'm gonna have to start paying for Twitter again. It's fucking bullshit. Fucking Elon. I don't necessarily hate Twitter. I hate a lot of the people on Twitter, and I hate Elon. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you hate the idea of Twitter. It's just, it's in a bad state right now. And hold on, damn it, Jason Scheer, you said a thing about the weather earlier. That was so long ago. Jason, are you still out there? You said something about it being way too fucking hot, right? Yeah, it's way back. Blue Sky is great. Yeah. No, and it's typically like the people actually worth listening to as well, like Dan Abramov. Like, dude, fuck yeah, man. There are a lot of like really, really informed, interesting, conscientious people over on Blue Sky. There are also a bunch of assholes, but that's just social media. People, what a bunch of bastards, right? Yeah, no, Blue Sky's good. I just think no matter what, as a developer advocate, as a DevRel person in general, I do need to be like out there, you know, in public. And Twitter's one of those ways. Notice how I adamantly keep calling it Twitter, though? Damn right. All right, so can we switch back? Did it work? Hey, it does work. We just got to switch off of the tab. He wasn't wrong, but you have to be switched off the tab long enough, I think, that it like picks back up again. Interesting. I'd be so curious why it works the way it works. Yep, so Dashmap is retaining its shard allocations even after a clear and remove. This is great. Yeah. Doing this kind of like coordination cross repo is a little tough. So maybe that's something that Augment Intent would benefit from. Like, could I reference another conversation as context? Yeah, I'm working on this thing. You wanted to do this thing. Well, hold on. Let me just grab this context and yeah, I'm doing this in a different repo because that was a dependency. No, we're not going to change the dependency, but hey, your analysis is correct. Let's just transfer that with a single button. Could we transfer that to another repo in Workspace? That would be really fucking cool. But probably a bit of an edge case if we're thinking about it. So like they shouldn't make all this stuff just for me, but if this was my project, that's what I'd do. Like that is literally what I would start thinking about. Like, how can I just work on like the agent to agent handoff? Right? Like between repos, like across fucking like my entire fucking like all workspaces kind of shit. That would be really fucking cool. I think they could do something very interesting with that. Exactly. Yeah, 100% DeGrinci. But I think that is a tooling problem. Yeah, ChatGPT itself isn't going to change or do anything different based upon one dev's perspective or some shit. They should. Again, could you imagine? Hey, spawn this into a whole new context, right? And that's just a button in ChatGPT. Do they have that? Actually, I don't know. I haven't seen it in a while. Right, so like, what if Stevens Pass weather or something? All right, so you can copy, you can upvote, downvote, you can share. Oh, branch a new chat. There it is. All right, so they do have that. That's cool. They actually have that. So yeah, ChatGPT at least does it. It is just branch into a new chat versus like copy link for other chat or something, which would be cool. It's not the same thing. No, it's not that like you can copy the exact thing, but we can take this response and branch it into a new chat. And that's slightly what I'm talking about, but it's not like none of this is like repo based, right? But they do have a thing. I don't know if you saw it. Yeah, branch this one thing into a new chat. I haven't used it. I don't know. Yeah, it's not exactly what we're looking for. But it does seem interesting. Yeah, exactly. Yep, no worries. Yeah, man. No, it's just you have the plus? Yeah. I think I still have Chat GPT Plus. Yeah. Oh, what you're saying, hold on. You didn't saw it, you have the plus. Do you mean the plus here? Because this is what we're talking about. That's a separate thing. Does it hold all that base context? No, definitely not. So wait, Moshiko, are you saying that you don't have this branch in new chat thing? Or are you clicking the wrong button? I get it. You're saying you didn't. Are you saying you still don't? That's what I'm asking. And this might be a language barrier, so I apologize. I think I'm misunderstanding what you're saying. Are you saying you haven't seen it before and that's cool? Or are you saying you don't have that? Well, that's what I'm getting at, Moshiko. You can hop to ChatGPT right now, look at one of your previous conversations, and see if this is there. It's the ... So you do it based upon a response that you're given, not the plus icon here. Okay, so you're not looking at it right now. You're just saying you've never seen it before. That's fine. Yeah, no worries. That's what I was trying to understand. Again, so this is a language barrier thing. Moshiko, the way I would have responded is, I haven't seen it before, I'm not looking at it now. Instead of didn't saw it. Number one, didn't saw it is not great syntax, but it misses like the context you were actually trying to say. So yeah, just throwing it out there. Again, don't feel bad about the language barrier. That's not the thing I'm trying to get at. I'm trying to say, like, you could phrase something like that better in the future. It would prevent some confusion, but not your fault, man. I'm not trying to make you feel bad about the language barrier. I'm simply trying to educate, just very smallly. And yeah, like, English is a fucking nightmare, man, so don't worry about it, right? Language barrier will always be a thing because English is a fucking nightmare. So don't worry about that, man. I was not trying to talk shit. I'm not trying to make you feel bad about it. I'm just saying. That's all. So yeah, that's the problem for you. You're like, get in my repo, collect the data, and let's build. But then you end up spending more time trying to provide context to ensure proper structure and outcome in the feedback. The larger the project, the more this becomes complex or convoluted in a world of like 120K token limits. So DeGrinchy, this is the biggest thing that I've been at least recognizing myself. We haven't necessarily tried to do this in a larger code base, so I do need to mess with that more. But the idea is just simply like, I don't think LLMs are good at large code base stuff. They're just not. They're like really fucking bad at it. So you have to like be like extra specific in like a larger like application or service. I love the idea of a smaller like microservice or a library with clear inputs and outputs and like clear just boundaries on what it should do. That is where I think these LLMs and vibe coding tools really fucking shine. When it comes to like application dev, I think they fucking suck. I think they're really fucking bad at it. And I would much rather go back to like caveman coding and auto-completion, right? Like AI-assisted auto-completion, sure, man. I'm down, right? So when we go back to Masijo, how much do we think I'm actually going to start like vibing? Probably not much. I might try and have it vibe up some fucking unit tests or something, but that's about it. No, so Mashiko, even as they increase context window size, right? Like Gemini has 1,000,000 context window size. It doesn't matter. Once you hit a, let's say 60K, it starts to hallucinate because it's just too much shit. Right? Even when you're at 120K and you're seeing it get to 50% and it starts getting weird. Yeah, man, I believe that 60K is actually like a hard cap, not even like a context window cap, if that makes sense. I just think there's too much shit and the LLMs get confused. So it doesn't matter how big the context windows get. We need something better about refining the stuff it should actually think about, you know? That'll probably be like the next big like productivity jump. Like fine-tuning the context windows. And it's not about the size. Like, you can make it as big as you fucking want. It doesn't matter. It's just too much shit. How do we fine-tune the amount of shit it actually needs to care about and think about? And that's what compaction tries to do, but compaction is, like, it's lossy, but it's also prone to hallucination, in my opinion, too. And hey, Jarrell, Mr. Sir, how you doing? Yeah, what you up to, dude? So I got a quick question out there. Who here is at a company that is allowed, like you are allowed to use GitKraken? Whether you use it or not, that's whatever. But if it's in your company's like internal development portal or whatever, right? Your IDP or any of that shit, if you have access to it and it's approved at your company, I have a new feature that is not fully publicly released that we would love to get some feedback on. I do need to send like some update stuff for that to some people that did volunteer. Yeah, don't think I forgot. I just need to create a doodle for it. So yeah, I'll probably do that tonight or tomorrow morning. But yeah, like just basically, yeah, anyone who has permission to use GitKraken at their work for work stuff, we have a code review tool that I think offers value. I think it is useful. I don't necessarily have a lot of PRs myself, but hold on. We might actually be at a good point where I could demo this. Yeah, hold on. Right? Like, I don't normally have a lot of PRs because I'm working just like, you know, solo dev style. But now with these agents and their PRs and stuff, it's actually not too big of a deal. Oh, we merged the PR. Well, no, we did not merge all the PRs that we have hanging. So why is it not seeing this? One second, I'll get to it here in just a minute. Um, right? Jetstream Turbo, nice. And then not Redis, nice. Save. All right. Launchpad. Oh, and it's not going to be in issues. It's going to be in PRs. Yeah, there we go. Actually, I think all of this shit would have been there then. Okay. Cool, 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 cool. So yeah, if I click review, this takes us to our new GitKraken review tool. Caleb, are you still out there? Happy to share it with you, even though we would prefer if you don't steal this idea. But yeah, you know, not a big deal. All right, so we're going to let that go a bit. Oh, works like a charm. Thanks. Oh, I just need to merge this. Oh, shit. Well, let me go pee. I want to see the analysis. I want to see what this analysis is doing. I think this could be faster, and that would be nice. But yeah, so we have this like tool, and we can like break down the kinds of changes, right? But we can also maybe do stuff like in here, what do we want to highlight? Do we want to tone down imports, renamed, show moved code, right? Tone down the comments, formatting, etc. Widget location, is it floating? Like, there's some stuff here. I think there's more work to be done. But let me go pee, and I'll be right back. And hey, it got analyzed. Oh, shit. Okay, and I'm back. And then hold on. So that's the problem for you. It's like getting your repo, blah blah. Hold on, no. And then you have another bit. So yeah, absolutely, domain management and clarity is vital. You feel like the process of exchange between AI and client should be blocked into a snippet of final outcome. So where the client work on the project and they agree the intended outcome for that script or file is where it should be. Lock in, drop the cache, retain the outcome script. It doesn't appear to do this even if you say lock that in as our XYZ script. It will absolutely rewrite it different 10 times later, or 10 minutes later. I get it, Grinchy. I'm curious, have you messed with augment intent? Right, this is really where like the spec-driven development thing should be highly valuable for you. Yeah, I'm really wondering, like, have you given that a try? Like, OpenSpec? You have it update the memory bank? And when you say memory bank, are you referring to beads, or is there a different thing you're talking about? Because I know there's, like, a couple other, like, memory abstractions. You don't have a lot of time to venture into new stuff. I get it, Grinchy. Now, Totally fine. I would say start trying out some of these tools that do like the spec driven thing, because then the spec is the source of truth. And then augment intent generates those specs, which is even better, right? So we can look at all of the specs that we have created, like no big deal. Right? Fix the memory leak. And then there's a specification for this stuff, right? Like, fuck yeah, dude. You're referring to Klein Memory Bank that you have it make locally in a .claude or a .github. Interesting. So that sounds like it goes above and beyond what Beads is trying to do. Are you familiar with Beads, at least? And then, yeah, very similarly, Grinchy, I would say, yeah, Beads is another thing you might want to check out for like splitting up this work. All it is, it's like a Trello board of tasks inside of your repo. It gets committed with the repo, and people can share it. So then the idea is like, well, yeah, I spun out this work, and whether you want to commit it and share it, that's up to you. But I spun out this work, but this thing was out of scope, create an issue for it for later, and then do the work, and then you got the issue later to spin something up on, right? Use Tracer. So yeah, I'm not familiar with a bunch of this stuff you're mentioning there, Mike. But yeah, no, that sounds cool, man. 1 second. Who? Who? Okay, you're already a regular. Yeah, do you have links to some of these tools that you want to share? Yeah, and Grinchy, I get it. You're not trying to suck up. I love a good compliment though. I'm a very vain individual. I'm kidding. I'm not that vain. Shit, I probably think this statement's about me. Boom, roasted. Sorry, bad joke. But yeah, like no man. Thank you. I appreciate it. Like man, I like the chats. I like hanging out. Like I think we all learn here. It's not just that like y'all are learning and I'm teaching. No, we're all learning together. This is just yeah, this is just like mob programming. Like just like hanging out in an open office, but way better. You know? Hey, what's up, Sharkface? Dude, I saw you streaming yesterday. I actually thought about raiding you. What are you building in your garage? Like, are you just doing a bunch of like 3D printing stuff? Like, yeah, what are you up to on your stream, man? It looked really fucking cool. But no, I have not heard any song, so I don't know. So yeah, Klein bot features memory bank. So you use Klein as one of your main tools, correct? Okay, and where does Klein actually do its work? Is it inside of an IDE? Is it a CLI tool? What is the way that you're using it, I guess? So you use this memory bank. Are you using Klein itself or just the memory bank? Because I do think I don't know. If you like this, keep using it. But I would say give beads a try too. No worries there, Fervent. We'll see you again soon. If you could just simply make the random drop ins, more consistent, we'll see you again soon then. So, yeah, have a good one, Fervent. Enjoy. Have a great night. I love the conversations. I just like hanging out. Y'all are the best. Okay. But yeah, have a good one there, Fervent. We'll see you again soon. All right, so then let me double check. Where we at? Where we at? What'd we miss? Literally Gaming, how you doing? Literally Gambling. Gaming, gambling. Tomato, tomato. Especially these days with microtransactions and bullshit. But yeah, Miku, how you doing? And then yeah, so yeah. So it's a 1988 Jeep XJ with a 96 motor. ECU is open source called Speeduino. Oh. And the TCU is vibe coded by Claude. The dash and flappy paddle transmission shifters are designed and printed by you. So you needed to upgrade your printer some. So anyways, building all this from VR. And dude, don't worry about the wall of text. I'm the one that asked you. So you've got actual like paddle shifters like right there on your like steering wheel? They rotate with the wheel, right? Otherwise, that would be super weird if they're like static and like the wheel's rotating. You're still like having to like reach for them kind of thing. I don't know. I've never seen what paddle shifters even look like or how they work. I've only like heard of it. Ooh, hold on. So, Mike P. Funk, keep in mind, that's what Carpathy originally created it for. However, there is Pi Auto Research that was collaborated on by Toby Lutka. I think it's Lutka. Maybe it's Lutke. I don't remember. The Shopify guy. They have Pi Auto Research. And as long as you have a metric that you're aiming to improve, you can spin up Auto Research to improve that metric. Right? So, like, then it becomes really fucking powerful. So then, Mike P. Funk, yes, we were just looking at Pi Auto Research. I know we have the link somewhere, but I'll just show you. So yes, Mike P. Funk, if you haven't seen this, this is actually really fucking interesting. Right? You can actually have it spin up for any optimization target, not just model optimization. So test speed, bundle size, LLM training, build times, lighthouse scores, whatever, as long as it's measurable and you can surface it to the agent on every iteration, bim bam boom, you're fucking good to go, man. And that sounds really fucking powerful. Like, to me, that sounds way better than just like model training, you know? Which you could still do. Yeah, exactly. Like, this is brand new to me as of like yesterday. So I haven't had a chance to use it myself yet. I don't even have Pi installed yet. You're saying the original thing? Yeah, I don't think that even matters anymore. Like, I'd be curious. Check this out. Right? Yeah, you're talking about the original project. I don't even think you need to do that part. I don't even think that part matters anymore. So maybe this just takes the original idea and doesn't even like do the exact same thing, but it's still just like auto research but more. So that's the point I'm getting at. Pi, if you're not aware of it, Pi is just like a Claude Code, open code, like Codex CLI competitor. Right? It's just one of those like CLI agentic harnesses or whatever, right? But Pi Auto Research is a plugin for it that then adds like a bunch of extra like shit that it can do, right? Okay, so I wasn't sure, just want to make sure. But yeah, Pi CLI or whatever, right? I think this is it. Shitty coding agent not a hack. That just sounds fun. That's actually funny. Yeah, I'm not positive. This is the one we're looking for. This has got to be it. So I don't know what pi mono was, but this is it. So yeah, bad logic, pi. And it's just like just a CLI tool. Oh wait, no. Is this actually it? I don't know if this is it either. Now, I could be totally fucking wrong. That is maybe not it either. Anyone have a link to the pi that I'm thinking of? But yeah, shitty coding agent. There are many coding agents, but this one is mine. Oh, is this actually it? So shitty coding agent.ai is pi? Oh my god, really? So they have a sense of humor about it too? This is literally it. Oh my god. What? Okay, so I need to share this somewhere. Like, what the fuck? That's so good. Okay, so this is literally fucking it. I also love this, right? This is my rifle, this is my gun. This is for shooting, this is for fun. There are many rifles like it, but this one is mine. Like, dude, that's a solid fucking reference. There are many coding agents like it, but this one is mine. That's fucking legit. I like that. So yeah, no, this is it. This is it. Shitty coding agent.ai. All right, I had to share that with someone at work. Wow, that's shitty. Yeah, I don't know, not sure, but that's fucking cool. You can connect Pi to a local LLM, and I will absolutely be doing that because that is exactly the use case for me wanting to run Pi auto research. There is no fucking way I'm going to spin this up using cloud tokens. Fuck that. There's no way in hell. Nah, dude. Yeah, nope, I'm not made of money. Yeah, I can't do it. It's just that simple. I tried. I checked. I made sure. Nope. All right, I keep grabbing at it and pulling. There's no dollar bills coming out. So I'm not made of money. So I cannot afford to run Pi auto research on API tokens. There's no fucking way. manage and spin up dependencies for you. Yeah, I mean, so here's the biggest thing, Mike P. Funk. Every single, like, there's an entire contingent of people in the world that are like, oh yeah, SaaS is dead, right? Software as a service, garbage. Why would I use your SaaS when I could vibe code the fuck out of it and then just do that? Number one, because maintenance is not free. How much is your time worth? Yeah, you're only making a profit off of creating your own version of a software as a service if your time is worthless. That's the only time you're actually making a profit. Because seriously, think about it. $50 a month. Let's just assume we have a service we're paying $50 a month for. And I could totally, truly, like, reasonably vibe code it out within, I don't know, X amount of time, right? At $50 a month, that is $600 a year. At $600 a year, I would have to be able to make it in the first place and then maintain it for less than 5 hours a year. And then recognizing that at least $100 of that 600 is going to be tokens, right? At that point, like, dude, for a software as a service that is $50 a month, do you really think you're going to vibe code and maintain a thing for less than 5 hours of time per year? Bullshit. I'm calling bullshit immediately. Anyone who thinks that's possible doesn't understand software maintenance. Software goes bad over time. Like, somehow software has entropy. I don't get it. I don't understand it. Somehow the software you wrote a year ago won't run today. It just won't. There's something that changed. You're going to have to fix it. That's going to take time. And it is only free if your time is worthless. Yeah, customer support. Yeah, you vibe code a thing internally at your company, right? You vibe code a thing internally at your company that replaces some shit. Now you're support for that entire system. For $50 a month? Fuck that. If your per seat cost is really that expensive, well, yeah, vibe code it, man. But I don't think it is. I don't think anybody's, like, I don't think there's a single person who thinks software as a service is dead that has actually approached, like, the math of it. Not a single fucking person. Because none of them are actually accounting for the fact that we are at the cheapest possible moment in time for tokens. They will only get more expensive. They are massively fucking subsidized. Massively fucking subsidized. Do you think tokens are going to be as cheap as they are right now forever? Wow. You're going to fall flat on your ass when they pull that rug out from under you. Oh, man. Dude. Yeah, no, tokens are the absolute cheapest they will ever be right now. Unless we get a crazy breakthrough, but that same crazy breakthrough would actually make all of these other companies unprofitable. So at the same time, even if we get that crazy breakthrough, AI, the bubble is bursting. It's gone. It's fucking toast. Once that bubble bursts, we're going to be paying real cost for these tokens. Even if they get massively cheaper, some of these companies go away because they're not even profitable at the cost that they're charging for tokens now. You think they're going to be more profitable in the future? Fuck that. No way. No way in hell. Nah, man. Sam Altman is not building a fucking lean startup. Let me just put it that way. There's no fucking path for them to be profitable in a world of way fucking cheaper tokens. It's just, no. I'm sorry. It's not possible. Yeah, some, like, open source models will fucking be king. And the proprietary bullshit will have to be so goddamn good that it's actually worth it. That is the thing, Larobi. Yeah, OpenAI. they have the ad-supported platform, right? There's the free tier and then the $8 a month tier. They're all ad-supported. Unless you're paying $20 a month for ChatGPT in general, yeah, you're going to be getting ads in your shit. And they might make money hand over fist on the ads. So that's like the only way OpenAI actually succeeds, in my opinion. And Claude is fucking up by not pursuing the same thing. Perplexity absolutely has to be pursuing ads, right? They're like the big three. Google, I mean, yeah, Google's entire business structure is ads. So, like, you know ads are coming to Gemini. The problem is no one runs Gemini through their chat interface. So they're kind of fucked there. They're going to have to find a way to inject ads into the fucking API output. And that's the moment people just stop using Gemini, right? I don't want to prompt Gemini through the Gemini CLI and then see an ad for McDonald's or some shit. No, thank you. No, thank you. I'll just stop using it. They do not have the market share to fuck with their customer base like that. Only ChatGPT literally can. I don't think Claude can even do it. I think ChatGPT is going to have to like pave the way and make people like be amenable to the idea of ads in their chatbot provider. And that's going to be tough. That's going to be really fucking tough. Like once they've done it, other companies will latch on, but they don't have the market share. So I find that really strange. Just vibe code and ad blocker. Yeah? Whose tokens are going to use for that? Selling data to Gov and Intel agencies. Yeah, that's actually one of their biggest models of profitability for sure. I could believe that. So then, Aline, you still think Google will win in the end? I mean, they have such a fucking war chest that they can do anything they want, you know? So I think Google is actually, like, really primed for after the bubble burst to just collect up all this other shit. Let me put it this way. I could actually see a future in which Google buys Claude. I could see a future in which Google buys Claude and then kills it. Right? Kills it, redirects it to their own shit, and boom. Yeah, I mean, literally gambling, though, like, we are recognizing a bunch of that shit, sure, but we are really way too close to it. Just think about, like, the mom and pop. Think about the random person on the street. They only use chatbots. That's, like, literally their only funnel into this world. Chatbots. And if you're not aware, that is still the largest like daily user base of any of these fucking things. Normies just talking to this thing like it's real. I have friends who are actually in tech who talk to fucking AI every day. That's got to be some kind of psychosis. That's got to be some kind of fucking psychosis. I actually have a friend who they said that, and I had to fight every single instinct I have of saying, that's actually crazy. That's literally crazy. You're talking to a bot that is a glorified Markov chain and getting advice on your life that way. What the fuck? Like, I wanted to say this to someone, but you can't tell people how to live their life. But there are actual smart, intelligent people out there in the world talking. Like, I'm not even saying just like prompting. I'm saying talking to AI and taking life advice from it every single fucking day. What the fuck, dude? I have a software dev friend who talks. That's the way they described it. They talk to ChatGPT every day. That's just literally insane to me. What do you talk about? Yeah, this thing is glazing you. Obviously, you deserve better because you're the best, brightest, most important person in the world. That's the way I imagine they're chatting with this thing. And it's like, do you think that's actually healthy? To have someone glazing you like that every day? No fucking way. Like, come on. Like, no, dude. I know, that's the therapist's job. What the fuck, man? Yeah, therapy is actually like in a major fucking downward spiral because of that. Because people would rather have an AI tell them they're totally right than a therapist tell them, like, no, you're wrong and you need to think about why. Yeah, people don't like that. No, I don't want to hear the truth. I want to hear that I'm a very special, unique individual and like everyone else is wrong. Thanks, AI. I am so fucking happy that Levels.io didn't go forward with his, like, therapy AI bullshit. Dude. As cool as he is, and sometimes as shitty as he is, I still don't want to see him be bankrupted by the lawsuits from something like that. Because, yeah, all the money he makes could be gone very quickly from damages claims over a shitty fucking therapist. An unlicensed therapist. Right? So yeah, like Levels.io, like, I don't know, man. He's a very cool dude. I wouldn't say he's like the smartest dude. But he does take chances and he does do things. Just the fact that he thought therapy AI was a good idea? Nah, man. Dude's got to screw loose. I don't know, man. That's inherently fucked. That is so like sniffing your own farts thinking AI is good type shit. Like, what the fuck, dude? You're gonna give people life advice from a gas you up fucking bot? Like, dude. The lawsuits from that will be insane. So yeah, anyway, I'm glad he didn't further pursue that, because dude would be bankrupt. In the EU and the US, they would seize any and all assets he owns. Because dude would be legally culpable for the bullshit his AI does. I'm surprised character AI still exists, technically. How have they not been sued into oblivion? Pristino. What does Pi Auto Research do? I mean, I'll just give you a link. It's actually pretty interesting. It's the idea of, like, do you remember, like, 2 months ago when the Ralph loop was, like, the hot new thing? This is basically the Ralph loop with a measurement. Which doesn't sound that revolutionary, but it's actually not a terrible idea. Hey man, I got this thing and I'm trying to optimize the performance of it with this one like benchmark. Make sure we don't like tank other benchmarks too. If we improve the benchmark, well, cool man, commit it. If we don't, well, discard it and throw it away. But remember that we tried that and we shouldn't try it again. And then you just spin this shit overnight until you get your render fucking performance like way better. And it could be for anything that you can actually measure and pass as like a result, you know? So it could be test speed, it could be bundle size, it could be LLM training, build times, Lighthouse scores. What did it help me with? I haven't used it yet. We're still looking at it. We're still like thinking about it. I would want to run it with a local model. So we still haven't decided what local model I'd want to use. But the idea is I want to spin this up with a really kind of like, you know, a local model, which isn't going to be nearly as powerful as Gemini or ChatGPT or whatever, right? But if we can just let it churn and we just throw that like random number generator at it, and eventually it does succeed. Well, shit, if we were just spinning up like local bullshit for it, then we're good to go. What do I think of OpenClaw? Couldn't it do the same? I mean, it could, but like OpenClaw is overkill for that. OpenClaw, like, why do I need to grant something like point and click, like browser access to some shit that doesn't need it? Like, OpenClaw maybe could do it, but OpenClaw is overkill. And OpenClaw, you know, is also vulnerable to prompt injection in like a crazy fucking way. Like, could you do it with OpenClaw? I don't doubt you could do it with OpenClaw, but why would you do it with OpenClaw? So here's a clip that I remember from the Primeagen stand-up, right? Him, Tej, and Bash Bunny were chatting. And he had a Mac Mini right there next to him. He's like, yeah, do you know why people are buying these fucking Mac Minis? And he didn't swear, I swear. That's just me adding like a little bit of editorial flair. Do you know why people are buying these Mac Minis for OpenClaw? So they can host the models? No. What model do you think you're hosting within 32 or 64 gigs of RAM? What model do you think you're actually going to host that's actually like smart and can actually do shit within that amount of RAM? Nah, man, nah. People are buying Mac Minis for OpenClaw so that they can talk to it from their phone because it has iMessage, because it's an Apple device. That's it. That's the number one reason why OpenClaw is a thing. So people can chat with it from their phone using iMessage. That's it. Because instead, you're probably going to be running other bullshit anyway. No, I get that, Pristino. I'm just pointing out, I'm not talking about you. I don't know why you thought I was talking about you, but the majority of people out there buying Mac Minis for these things, they're not running a local model at all. They're using cloud resources to do this shit. Claude, whatever. Which is why people were losing their accounts by scripting OpenClaw using their Claude subscription. They're buying the Mac Mini just for iMessage. That's fucking insane. That's literally insane to me. Because some people just don't know any better. But that's what I'm getting at. Like, very few people are actually locally hosting any kind of model for any of this shit. Very, very, very few people are actually doing local hosting. So I think that's the trickier bit. But for something like this, right? Let me put it this way. There was a quote that I'm forgetting. Well, I mean, if you were to host Kimmy at like a 2-bit blah, 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 and then Tej just says like, wait. So this thing that you want to give full access to your desktop and your credit cards and your life, you want to farm out to a model that's a fucking idiot? Am I hearing that right? Not only do you want to do that, you want to farm it out to a model that's an actual idiot? Whoa. No, don't do that. Do not do that. That's a bad idea. Yeah, OpenClaw ruined the people that were using Claude Max with OpenCode for sure. Because they can't detect it. It's actually overrated? Yeah, I've known forever it's overrated, obviously. No, it's bullshit, dude. I don't understand, like, why people think it's, like, the next coming of some bullshit. Whatever deity you believe in. Like, nah, man. It's fucking bullshit. It's literally bullshit. Oh, and hold on. There you go, Jay. So JT, sorry about that. I can read your comment. If you feel like reposting it, that's up to you. But that's why you like Comma AI. They run self-driving models on phone-sized devices. Right? Yeah, no worries, JT. You now have permission to do links. I'm sorry you got hit by that, but yeah. You don't necessarily need to repost it because it's not a link anyone cares about. It was just comma.ai. Sure. Yeah, I think there are absolutely models that can run on like commodity hardware, and you can totally use those, but they are actually like gated pretty heavy towards very specific use cases. I would say Comma AI may have used something like the idea of Carpathy's auto research, right? Towards optimizing their model for self-driving. But does that mean it's going to be good at coding? Fuck no. I really, truly, inherently doubt that Comma AI's AI is any good at coding, because that's not what they were training it on. That's not the goal. But they do want to have it small enough that it fits on device in their cars, right? Or in the cars that are wired up for it. And I think that has a lot of power and a lot of value. So wait, Aline, hold on. GeoHot, yeah, for sure. I'm a little on the fence about GeoHot. I like the fact that he doesn't put up with bullshit on his stream, but he's also like, he's one of those people who thinks like, well, just because you're good at firmware hacking or good at AI, you think you can just fix the search on Twitter in a week. And yeah, dude tried and failed miserably. That is the thing. Like, as people in tech, we like to think, well, we're smart. We can figure it out. Oh, I'll just do a bunch of client-side logic to fix the search on Twitter. No, the search sucks on Twitter because of the back end. The front end is so minimal compared to that shit, dude. Like, you thought you could fix the search on Twitter with just front-end logic? Tell me you have no idea what the fuck front-end logic actually does without telling me that, right? Like, holy shit, dude. So I do think that, like, he's a very smart dude. He's very good at what he knows. He's a fucking idiot for anything he doesn't actually already know. And I think we all kind of exhibit that, but most of us have at least a little bit of fucking, like, self-doubt. That dude seems like he has zero self-doubt. And I consider that a character flaw. I believe is that literally what he said? I could have sworn he said something like that. I could have sworn he said something like almost verbatim that phrase. Right? There you go, gambling. No. But he actually said something to that effect. So there you go. You gave OpenClaw $600 to trade shit on Binance. And yeah, it lost that money almost immediately, right? You probably got like $500 worth of some like meme coin. You know? Like, dude, yeah, these things are fucking idiots. But also, man, like, and again, GeoHot is a very smart fucking dude. But when it comes to web dev, the dude's a fucking idiot. He really is. When it comes to firmware, I'm a fucking idiot. So that's the biggest thing to remember, right? Like, most of us are idiots in most things. Being smart at one thing doesn't make us smart at another thing. The moment we can realize that and understand it, the less we'll like shoot ourselves in the foot thinking we can solve a problem that we know nothing about. But yeah, I think that is just the biggest thing I think about when I think GeoHot. He ruined his goddamn legacy, in my opinion. Dude could have been just like this unicorn fucking genius maverick asshole, like whatever, right? And I just said maverick because I saw your name, but like it fits in that case. And yeah, he would have been legendary and totally fine. But then there's just this like stain on his legacy of like, I could fix that in a week. Right? It's like the meme, right? The boxing meme, like, ooh, I'm taking on Twitter search, and I can fix it in a week. And then it's the other meme of, like, the dude in the fucking chair, like, boxing shit, like, damn, Twitter search got hands. You know? Like, that's the meme. That's literally the meme. Like, could dude have had just a little bit of humility? Just even, like, the smallest fucking bit of humility. But lo and behold, that's just not his brand. Humility? I don't even think he actually knows what that word means. It's never come up in conversation with anyone he's ever talked to. Dude surrounds himself with sycophants and other people that don't recognize their boundaries. That's my opinion. That's the only way that could have happened. So Maverick, you've been trying to fix a performance bug for about a month with AI only, and it just won't get it right. Dude, hold on. Maverick, you should check out Pi Auto Research. Just, I would not spend API tokens on it. Figure out like a local model you could do. And then it's just purely based on like, well, yeah, does the number go down? If it doesn't, well, fuck it. All right, we throw that bit of like experimentation away. But this is the evolution of the Ralph loop, in my opinion. This is where the Ralph loop should have been. The Ralph loop should have had a verification step at all times, and then you're good to go. Right? It's not just about like, is the project complete? Did we regress on performance? Well, yeah, come on, man. So yeah, in my opinion, this is like one of the most compelling things that is modernly like pushed. Yes, spin this up overnight, man, with a local model. Even a stupid model, who gives a shit? If it solves it and fixes stuff and all tests pass, then there we go. Literally running long sessions on a low-end device. I think you could script that still. But it would be a different problem. I think that's tougher. Ooh, that's a tough one. Yeah, Maverick, I don't know. I'm not saying you definitely could. I'm saying, like, I don't know. Could we? Is there some way we could approach the problem differently, define it differently, figure out how to, like, do the loop better, right? Like, you should be able to do, like, remote debugging on, like, cloud hardware, right? There's absolutely like phone hardware running in the cloud that you can test against, right? Yeah, desktop browser is too powerful. What I'm saying is like you could actually like rent a VPS that's literally like a Mac Mini or a fucking or an iPhone or an Android device. Like they have those kind of like rentable systems, don't they? That's what I would try and wire up for that. Would it cost money? Sure. Is it worth the money? Ooh, that I don't know. I bet there's even some kind of server that you could wire up to like a locally like wired in Android device or something. But yeah, would that fit within like the 5-minute thing of these? No, so hold on. Literally Gambling Android emulator is at least closer than Apple, but it's still just not the same thing as actually running the device. That's like the tough part. You'll just, the more you like rely on the emulator to actually give you real results, the more you're going to realize how off it gets based upon just like other shit. Yeah, it's better than the simulator. It's better than the iOS simulator. The iOS simulator isn't even close to an emulator. Like, it's like, it will happily lie to you about something that will run in the simulator and then crash immediately on device. There's something to think about for that. I really do think the iOS simulator should have the same kind of like memory constraints as a physical device, you know? But yeah, there are absolutely apps that I have built and run like during my learning and all this shit that were fine in the simulator, and then I load it on a device and it crashes immediately because of how much RAM it tries to allocate in the first 30 seconds or some shit. And iOS will be like, no, nah. No, that's a bad app. Fuck you. And it'll never launch. I do consider myself a bit privileged in the fact that, like, I have a little bit of knowledge about so much goddamn stuff just because, like, I don't know, I'm curious, man. I just want to build shit. And I think that is the number one skill everyone out there needs to build. And I don't know if it's a skill, it's a personality trait. Be curious. All these things out there in the world, you could either ignore them or you could be curious. Be curious. There is so much more value out there being curious than closed-minded. So yeah, when it comes to like frameworks or languages or whatever, just be curious. No, you're not a TypeScript dev, you're a software dev. Learn whatever language you want, man. Learning another language makes you better with the ones you already know. Because good ideas are portable. And this is like the fundamental thesis of this entire stream. Languages, frameworks, whatever. Learn as many as you can because learning all of them makes you better at all of them. But all right, so let me go pee. I'll be right back. It's like I'm ranting or something. I don't get it. All right, let me take this dish out too. I keep smelling the fish and chips, and the fish and chips are gone, man. They were just too good. Anyway, sorry. You played with Ruby on Rails, Bootstrap, Mern, Next, Netcore, Angular, Go, Tonic, Rust. AI like writes so much of your code now, you don't know how you feel about it. Again, I get it, but also you are now an expert in these things in a way that like very few people are, man. I know AI writes most of your shit, but like really? Even in like large code bases? I don't know, man. But even then, like good patterns, good ideas are portable. Yeah, I don't know. I disagree on the AI writes so much of your code now kind of thing. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying, like, is it actually good at it? So, again, and yeah, you guys know better than I do. Let me put it this way. I have not used this thing on like a 500K code base. I have not used any of this AI shit on like a 500K code base. So I'm not sure. I have used Codex. I've used Codex CLI. I've used Codex via Augment. You know, I've used a bunch of this shit. Like, I'm really just... Let's remember. I've dragged my feet about it. I've been an auto-completer for like a year, right? Using Super Maven or 95. I have just now gotten into the vibe coding thing within like really the past like 2 months. Like maybe I did something small in the past year. As far as like the full on like vibe coding, like doing this shit, like I don't know, man. You don't ingest the entire code base at once. Yeah, I agree. I understand that, Chrono Cross, but I would also push back and say like, yeah, if you don't actually ingest the entire code base at once, you're gonna end up with a bunch of like duplicate types and and like other classes and definitions and stuff. Like, I'm dealing with that on a small code base, dude. I'm dealing with that on like a small code base where it's duplicating types and shit. How do you prevent it from like duplicating types that just aren't in its context? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm really curious about how you're making it like understand larger code bases in a way that actually makes sense. If you hold its hand a bit, sure. You yell at it and threaten to abuse it. Ah, okay. So at this point, you should probably rename whatever you call your model to Cyril from Archer, right? Where it's actually capable, it just didn't have the confidence because you're fucking constantly berating it. Yeah. My AI is now Cyril Figgis. Suppressing fire! I actually feel like my AIs actually do the suppressing fire every once in a while too. Shit. Right? Just a bunch of spammed bullshit and I just gotta like ignore it. Yeah, I get it, guys, but also, I don't know, man. If the hype were real, I wouldn't have to yell at it. If it were good at large code bases, I wouldn't have to yell at it. The fact that you have to yell at it is actually like a really clear signal of a deficiency, in my opinion. Oh, is that your like level of catharsis for like other shit? Ooh, touche, Mike P. Funk. You know what? You had a bad day. You're gonna take it out on someone. It might as well be the LLM, because the LLM won't remember. That's it. You can abuse the fuck out of the LLM because it'll never remember anyway unless you make it a part of the consistent context. No, do not make a new beads issue about me calling you a piece of shit. Take it easy, Claude. No, we do not need a new beads issue of me telling you you suck. But also, like, why should I have to do that? It's not a person. You shouldn't have to yell at it. You know. We anthropomorphize this shit just a little too much. It's a Markov chain generator. I'd argue that it's a Markov chain generator with a worse sense of humor somehow. Somehow, Markov chains are funnier in general, right? Because it's like subverts expectations in a way that like becomes fun. Someone I know actually made a post about this. I wish this dude was still in Seattle, but he moved to SF. It's like, fuck, what's the dude's name? EM Nudge. That's him. This is him. And he had a really good fucking post. What happened to WebAssembly? Where are they now? You won't believe her new look. Damn, I want to read that for sure. Your typing speed does matter. No, it doesn't. No, it definitely does not, because you can just like use a microphone. Fuck it, you're done. Markov chains are funnier than LLMs. This was a really fun read. I really enjoyed this. And dude, let me just point out, this dude right? Yam Nudge, he's actually like, he's a voice actor and his voice is so goddamn good. Like, it's like just this like deep New York, but like not too New York kind of accent. It's just like, God, man. Yeah, he does voice acting, obviously. I think it's emnudge.com where you can see his like voice acting shit. Yeah, character demo. It's like the simplest fucking character actor like portfolio ever, but we'll listen to it real quick because I think it's actually kind of funny. This exact fucking page is the inspiration for my like voice actor website that I never fully completed, but I plan on doing eventually. Maybe. We'll see. All right. So hold on. Let's listen to it. That voice was amazing. Dude, some of those clips are really fucking good. Like, I doubt he even wrote those. I wonder what the hell did he record that shit for? Dude, some of those voices, like, here's the thing. He has this, like, amazing, like, just, like, this deep, just, like, you know, I talk and people hear what I say and they immediately believe me because my voice is so authoritative, right? He has one of those kind of voices, right? Like, maybe, like, Pirate Software, he just hit his second or third puberty, right? Obviously. Wink. But yeah, like, dude, a bunch of the voices we just heard aren't even that. Like, no, his best voices were like the weird ones, like the crazy person voices. That's my fucking wheelhouse, dude. Shit, I can do the crazy person voices. I can do all sorts of voices. Oh, don't you tempt me with a good time. But no, there was one of them that was my favorite voice of all of his. Hold on. And it doesn't even sound like him. I also think he needs a better microphone. This one, dude, that voice. Your calling card, eh? Give me one reason why I shouldn't blow your bloody head off. Like, I don't know. How'd I do as an impersonator? I'm not an impressionist. I'm an impersonator. They're a separate thing. I'm a mimic, not an impressionist. But yeah, like, dude, did I do his version of that voice pretty well? I think I did. I don't know. We'll see. I couldn't hear it. I hear my own version of that voice, like, via the bouncing of audio in your own head. So, like, I don't know, man. I don't know. But yeah, voice acting, I think, is really admirable. And EM Nudge, this fucking dude who has really good fucking, like, tech takes, is also a fantastic voice actor. And that kind of blows my mind a bit. I just need to record a bunch of shit. Look at it this way. I have an SM7B. I thought I had the right hardware to record it. I don't. That shit bums me out. I have a really fucking good, dynamic microphone for voice acting shit. I just don't have a good way of recording it. But yeah, what's up there? I will say your name's a little questionable. Account created 4 minutes ago. Yeah, I'm gonna say no thanks on the offensiveness of your name. Nah, yeah, exactly. So yeah, fuck off. Yeah, I mean, fuck Donald Trump as well, but yeah, you're just as bad. You're just as bad. Fuck Donald Trump, but also like, kind of like, fuck you too, buddy. Account created 4 minutes ago. Yeah, kind of trolly. Kind of trolly. And also, your name is straight up racist, right? So anyway, I do think this is a fantastic article, and this is something worth actually like understanding. No matter what, LLMs are always going to be kind of shit at comedy. Because they're not good at comedy. Like, what do we recognize as like the fundamental things that make some things funny? What makes a Markov chain funny? It's because it subverts our expectations. That is what a good joke does as well, right? It subverts our expectations of what, where this line of questioning and thinking was going, and then all of a sudden the punchline gets us, right? That is what really makes something kind of like funny. And he just goes in to point out, like, dude, right? Like, what is funny? This is a weird obsession of his, sure. He's written about it before. Humor is about unserious surprise. So the best jokes involve a pleasant and significant snap, right? They use snap instead of punchline to avoid the semantic baggage. A snap is the whiplash received from the surprise. The less surprise, the less funny. This is why jokes you've heard many times become less funny, because it's why random humor feels humorless. Although the exact words are unpredictable, the expectation is unpredictability is predictable. If you truly expect the unexpected, you probably won't laugh. Yeah, that's why improv fucking sucks. You're going into it with the expectation of, shit's gonna be random and weird. And if it's not random and weird, well, that sucked. But also, if it was random and weird, well, yeah, it's exactly what I was expecting. There was nothing special or unique about it. Yeah. So you can strengthen the snap by reusing common patterns with predictable endings and violating the user's expectation. As an example, the word coupling of banana, apple, orange, vehicular manslaughter sets up a pattern of single-word fruit and then violates the expectation with a crime. Right? Is it technically funny? No, but that is how a lot of jokes end up working, right? Joke writing is mostly violating a pattern. So the snap is also made stronger via the realization of scene. If you use more original or descriptive language, you can make the scene appear more real. Instead of he was shot, you might say he was pierced by a 35 millimeter. Wait, what? Wait, what? Hold on. A 35 millimeter bullet? I believe that would explode a person. That's not he was shot. He exploded into a bunch of fucking confetti. Yeah, by a literal goddamn tank. Dude, what the fuck? Like, a 3.5 centimeter shell hit you, and you exploded like a bit of confetti. That's all there is to it. This is impossible. No one is pierced by a 35 millimeter bullet. People are exploded by 35 millimeter bullets. So that's like a thing where I'm pushing back real quick. Hold on. Dude doesn't literally understand the size of bullets, I guess. Maybe that's the joke. Maybe that's, I mean, if you have to explain it, it's a bad joke. Like, I'm just gonna put that out there. Like, that's actually just kind of a bad joke. Medium caliber cannon rounds used by anti-aircraft, naval systems, and armored vehicles. Yeah, exactly. Nang! Hey, Mr. Sir! Yeah, dude. I was actually about to raid you last night. I was like looking, I was checking, like, oh, you're in like chilling mode? All right, well, let me double check who else is out there. And the moment I came back to your stream, you were done. Fuck. But that said, you play League? You play League? I'm not that worried about it. Nah, man, I'll raid you eventually. For sure. It'll happen. But I did see in your title, you play League? Who's your champ? I mean, you didn't play League last night, but you play League. Who's your champ? This may immediately be, oh, you know what? We thought we were friends, but, oh, now that I've heard what CM Griffing's main is, I don't think we're friends anymore. I'm a Singed main. I can play Singed in top, mid, or even support. I can't do ADC, I can't do jungle. But I can play Singed basically anywhere. Alistar tank. Oh, you play top now, right? You play top now, yeah? Because I think Alistar tank is actually like more viable top lane than it is as sup these days. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yep. Yeah, I don't think Alistar sup is actually like a good thing anymore. It's just like as a sup you can do it, but like, dude, you have to waste like 2 fucking spells to do like a bit of crowd control, you know? It's actually kind of gross. Because you got to do like the fucking charge and then like hit the pound before you hit them so that you don't like send them away kind of shit. Dude. That's brutal. That's brutal. How often do I play? Once every couple weeks, but happy to game with you. I usually do like later stuff, but happy to game. Maybe some ARAM to warm up. You know, that'd be a little more fun. But happy to game with you anytime, man, for sure, 100%. Yeah, dude, that'd be fun. Yeah, let's do some ARAM. I think we have like at least 1 or 2 other people we could bring. You probably have more people you could bring. Like I don't have that many people here in stream that play League, but we could get like a full ARAM crew. I think we could do it. That was a burp. All right, but anyway, yeah, man. Yeah, ARAM's easy. ARAM's easy. I would not want to be ranked. You know? Dude, of all coders would be really fucking good. Bedtime Bear, if you're out there, you could totally join us. We got like at least 2 or 3 other like coders here in chat that do play League. I'm not sure how often they play League though. So that's a separate thing. But yeah, we get Bedtime Bear in. Sympathy, I don't know if you know them. She used to play League a bunch. She's actually really fucking good, actually. Her and her husband. Yeah, no worries, Nang. Nah, I get it, man. Thank you for hanging out. Dude, I was stoked to see that you were doing more than just the coding thing. Yeah, I like that, man. Yeah, keep that shit up. We'll raid you on your, like, chilling stream eventually, you know? Like, on your, like, chilling phase of the stream. It happens towards the end of the day where I can actually raid someone. But yeah, man, have a good night. Thank you for chilling. So yeah, then as someone said, No one ever said this was a 35 millimeter bullet. Yeah, you might have been shot by like a 35 millimeter camera lens. Pierced by a 35 millimeter camera lens. Yeah, that sounds even worse. That sounds way worse. Anyway, I do just want to say, like, you know, EM Nudge's like talk and reference to this about LLMs just being shitty at comedy, I think actually like has a lot of value here. He might have been thinking 35 caliber instead of 35 mil. That would have been my guess. I've never heard of a 35 caliber bullet though. I've heard of 45 cal. Yeah, like I've never heard of 35 cal ammo. Is that really a thing? Hold on, is 35 cal the equivalent of some like millimeter thing that I'm thinking of? Is 35 cal and like 2.27 the same thing? Like is 227 and 35 cal the same thing? Oh, oh, hold on. You're saying it's a 9 millimeter? Oh, a 9 millimeter is a 35 cal. I would not have guessed that. Oh, okay. It's not 35 exactly. I've seen 357. I've never seen 35 before. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Right? Like, dude, just think about the damage like a 50 caliber sniper rifle does to a person. It explodes the fuck out of their skull. If you were to like hit someone with a 50 cal in the head, their head isn't there anymore. Right? That's 12.7 millimeters. Meanwhile, this thing talks about 35 millimeters. Yeah, there's no such thing as he was pierced by a 35 millimeter. No. That does not exist. You are a dead person. You are a myriad of the color red as confetti as a mist. Like, yeah, you're hit by a 35 millimeter bullet, you don't exist anymore. You as a person, you're gone. Nah, man, you are now confetti. That's it. Good luck. Pink Mist, yeah, yep, nope, you're not wrong there, literally gambling, but Pink Mist is actually a reference to 50 caliber, because nobody can shoot a 35 caliber fucking sniper rifle. That does not exist. But a 50 cal, yeah, they are the Pink Mist at that point, for sure, yep. I had a friend from snowboard days, he was a massive fucking weed grower, we're talking like 40K crop every month, because he did like shit in like a cycle in a good way, and his partner in crime was named Pink because he was a sniper in like Gulf War shit. Yeah, for sure. That's the thing that exists. That is the thing that is on this world with us right now. For sure. There are people like that have seen people's heads actually explode into pink mist through a fucking scope. No thank you to that, personally. Nah, I'm good. But I'm glad people do it. Not for me, but someone's got to do it. If I were to go military, I do think sniping would probably be the thing that I would like be best at. But also, like, dude, dying for this country? Fuck that shit. Hell no, dude. Could I get Canadian citizenship by signing up for Canadian military? Is that a way to do it? Because I could do it then. I would happily trade a couple years of Canadian military like service for Canadian citizenship. Like, I would happily do that. Also because, like, dude, I'd never have to actually go to war. So we're good to go. Alright, anyway, yeah, I'm bullshitting. We're just having fun. I know. It's a random Wednesday stream. It's so weird. But Eddie, hey, Mr. Sir, yeah. I hope you're doing well. I feel like we haven't seen you for ages, though. Where you been, man? Where you been? Dude, we haven't seen you chat since 2024. Hope you're alright. Shit. Have you been like a prisoner of war or something since then? You were very busy, a lot of work. Oh, so you have been a prisoner of war. Okay, touche. I get it. Now I get it. Sure. Business is war, man. I'm kidding. I don't think it is, actually. I'm pushing back on that statement, but I think it's kind of funny. So whatever. Yeah. Let's close some shit that we don't need. Get cracking, Dev. Ooh. So hold on. I was showing this off on stream. How do we all feel about this? That article is fantastic. Exactly, Scrappy. I would highly recommend that for everyone. You live in Jordan, so you're actually super close. Oh, shit, dude. You're safe, yeah? I feel like you gotta be outside the blast radius of some of the bullshit, though, right? Let me put it this way. I don't know where Jordan is on a map. Fuck. All right, I have to look this up. I apologize. That is me just being... I apologize. Oh, it's just... Oh, you're right there. Oh, shit, dude. Yeah, so all this shit flies overhead every single fucking day. Damn, that fucking sucks, dude. I know people from Lebanon. I guess now I know someone from Jordan. This is Iran right here, yeah? Yeah, this is Iran. So, Iraq. This is Iraq, yeah? Yeah, this is Iraq. So, yeah, dude, missiles going over your head every day to get to here. They're going from wherever they are in this bullshit, over this bullshit, over this bullshit, into this bullshit. Dude, that fucking sucks, man. Dude, that fucking sucks. If I were you, personally, I would take a vacation to... Is this Qatar or Oman? See if you could just take a trip to, like, Yemen or Oman. Or United Arab Emirates. Like, I don't know. Any one of these things, that might be better. Is it really the same? No way. Really? No way. Iraq's attacking them? Oh, shit. Well, fuck if I know. Damn, that sucks, man. Can't we all just get along? Zoom in a bit. I didn't realize Saudi Arabia was actually that big compared to these things. I know Qatar and Bahrain. Wait, is Bahrain its own country? I don't think I knew that. I thought Bahrain was a fucking... I thought Bahrain was just a city in another country. I didn't realize that Bahrain was actually like its own thing. I knew Qatar was. I think that's the way to pronounce that, yeah? I think I knew Kuwait was. I think. Yeah, Qatar and Bahrain. I didn't realize Bahrain was its own country. I thought it was a city in another country. So I'm fucking up there. That's on me. That's my bad. That's my bad. I'm only human, okay? Shit. But then, yeah, someone wanted me to, like, zoom in on other shit. Were you just saying I should zoom in for reasons? Like, why did I need to zoom in? I don't know. We don't want to make this a politics stream, for sure. Like, no thanks. I'm good. But, you know what? I am actually, like, realizing a bunch of this shit. Okay, that makes sense. I get it. Maybe it was just to, like, have the name show up. That makes sense. Yeah, no, I get that. I get that. So hold on. This is like the Strait of Hormuz or whatever. Like, I know I'm fucking up the name. Is it Qatar? I thought it was Qatar. For some reason, I thought like the Qatar part was like actually like a US thing and we were fucking it up. I thought it was Qatar. Maybe it is Qatar? That makes sense. I get that. Qatar. Yeah, this is the strait that Iran's holding hostage because, like, dude, that's part of their fucking, like, sovereignty at this point. Honestly, like, I don't think anyone could even doubt the sovereignty of, like, yeah, they own this fucking strait. Sure. But hold on, like, dude, this isn't even, like, a major fucking shipping lane. Why is this a thing that the entire world is dealing with? Like, are you trying to tell me there's some, like, thing between here and here or a thing between here and here? I don't think there is. Major shipping of oil. Maybe out of here. But into here? Nah, man. No way. So coming from here and then going out. The oil can't get out. So that's the big thing. I get it now. Okay, that makes more sense. All right. I get it. I get it. It just seems so much less interesting to me. Like, why the fuck is this a thing? Like, oh yeah. Like, there's the memes. There's the memes of people being like, well, yeah, the oil getting in and out of here. Well, now we're going down around fucking like Cape whatever in South Africa. Cape Horn, I believe. But they would have to do that same shit anyway, wouldn't they? Why am I seeing memes about people going old school and going like around this shit? Like, didn't they have to do that already? What am I misunderstanding about this? The Suez Canal is this one? And that one's still operational though, right? So what the fuck, dude? Like, they use the strait. You're saying they use this strait? Like, no, dude. I'm saying, like, after it's gotten out of here, it's still in the Arabian Sea. Where does it fucking go? Where does it go besides here? It just goes up through the fucking Suez Canal, right? And none of this is in contention. Like, none of this is a problem. So, yeah, it's just people memeing. Like, no, people are not going fucking Cape Horn for no fucking reason. I think this is Cape Horn, right? Right here at the corner? Hold on. Now I gotta zoom in and double check. I know Cape Town. What's the name of that fucking cape? Is this the Cape of Good Hope? Oh, okay. Where is Cape Horn? What am I mistaking for Cape Horn? Is Cape Horn the one at the bottom of South America? Is that it? I know Cape Horn's a thing somewhere, right? Cape Horn is the South American version? Okay. All right, there we go. That makes sense. Got it. See, I paid a little bit of attention in school. Shit. So yeah, people are just memeing about this bullshit. And yeah, it's for like all of this shit. Like, I get it, but you know what? Like, dude. The memers are fucking lying to us. This only affects like one goddamn thing. Oil. All other trade has an existing like path to the rest of the world. It's only oil that's fucking jammed up. As of March, 30 to 50% of India's crude oil imports pass through there. Like, so India is more fucked than we are, and always has been. Always fucking has been, right? Like, dude, that's an India problem. Why is this a thing that the US is memeing about? Like, this is an India problem. That's not a US problem. I'm so confused by that. It's a global problem? I understand it's a global problem in like a way, but it like, I don't know, man. I guess I fail to understand why some of this shit is actually our problem. I'm not sure I get that. No matter what, any oil from this area would flow up through Suez and go through the Mediterranean to us, right? Well, let me just double check. Like, why is our oil so goddamn expensive? Because, yeah, sure, it has to come through here. Once it gets out of here, is fucking free and clear. So this right here is the number one reason, because I guess most of our oil comes from there. Price is decided by the entire market, not by an individual seller. So I get that, right? Because it is so much more expensive to get it into India, and they are so much maybe more reliant upon that oil. They are paying as much as they can fucking get to do so, which then drives up the price for everyone. Is that like the main thing that I'm like understanding from this? I feel like I'm missing something, if that's not the case. So to get the oil to the US has not actually increased in price, other than this one part. However, some people are paying for so goddamn much of it because they need it that they're driving the price up. And if it's the RAM shortage in general, I get it. That does make sense. But also, well, fuck you for consuming so much. Why does India need that much oil, man? I'm sure they could extract actual oil from their fucking rivers because their rivers are so goddamn polluted. I know, there's like 3 billion people there. I get it. I understand. I know all about this. I also know if I ever traveled there, I'd be bringing my own water. Hold on. I think we're gaming tonight, yeah? If they don't love you now, they will never love you again. I can still hear them saying they would never break the chain. Hold on, right? If you don't love me now, you will never love me again, right? That was the guitarist dude. If you don't love me now, you will never love me again. That was my version of, what's her name? Goat Lady. So I think we're good, right? Bam! The best fucking chain cover you've ever heard. Right there. Bam! Nailed it. You're welcome. Name a better Stevie Nicks impression you've heard in the past, 10 years. I dare you. I fucking dare you. I fucking dare you. Name a better Stevie Nicks impression that you've ever heard. I'm sorry, it doesn't exist. That was fucking spot on. That was so goddamn spot on. The only reference that makes fun of Stevie Nicks any better is South Park, right? You got a goat? It's like, oh, Miss Nicks. Oh, sorry, I didn't see you there. Oh, Miss Nicks. Sorry. Yeah, exactly. If you don't love me now, you will never love me again. The greatest Stevie Nicks impression you've ever heard, at least for the past 10 years. You're welcome, by the way. Where else on Tech Twitch can you get a legitimate Stevie Nicks impression? Just saying. You'd never see this on the Primeagen. I bet he don't even know who Stevie Nicks is. Shit. The best Stevie Nicks impression you will ever get in software and game development. You're welcome, by the way. The name is the Primeagen. The name is the worst Stevie Nicksogen. Not the worst, but worse. Because I'm the best, obviously. My name is the best Stevie Nicksogen. Exactly. You've heard of worse Stevie Nicksogen, but have you heard of the Primeagen? Probably not. Nah, I get it. Who the fuck is that? Yeah, whatever. Prime again? Ugh. I'm kidding. I'm a big fan. I actually wanted to shout out my 81-month sub to Prime earlier today while he was in stand-up, but he wouldn't have acknowledged it, so I'll wait on it. Maybe tomorrow. Now, Prime's a good dude. Like, honestly, Prime's a... Let me put it this way. We may not agree on politics or religion, but we do agree on, like, just being a fucking human being. Right? Like, just guaranteed. Like, come on, man. As conservative as he is, he still has a conscience. And that is so much greater than, like, all of the other, like, MAGA assholes out there in the world. So at least he's better than that. Right? Like, Prime is not MAGA. And I will never say he's MAGA. Like, come on. Like, take it easy. He is definitely conservative, though. Like, he's religious. Like, you know this. Like, he has things, and he believes things, and blah, blah, but, like, motherfucker. Like, bare minimum, yeah, Epstein shit? Nah, man, pedophiles belong in prison. And I believe he has that exact same fucking opinion. Right? This is not a fucking political thing. Like, no, pedophiles belong in prison. It's just that simple. And I believe he believes that shit, regardless of his ideology and, like, picking his side. You know, like, nah, dude, it's not a sports team. He believes in some shit. That doesn't mean that he's going to be complicit in other people's absolute terribleness. Fuck no. Fuck no. Pedophiles belong in prison. It's just that simple. Just do that. And I believe he is on that same page. So until I'm informed otherwise, I'll believe that about him. I've seen him say so on his stream, so it's not like I'm making this up. The moment he flip-flops on that, ooh, all right. No thanks, I'm out. I will cancel my sub that same day. But I don't think he will. I don't think he will. I think the dude actually has a conscience. Personally, that's just my own take on it. You can disagree, I don't know. But I think Prime has a conscience. And I think just because he is conservative doesn't mean he's fucking right-wing. And those are very fundamentally different things. So I just want to say that. I like Prime as a person. Every interaction I've had with him has been very positive. Despite the fact that I am very, very fucking, like... I disagree with him on a bunch of political bullshit. And he knows this. And he's never treated me otherwise. Other than the fact that he doesn't invite me to the fucking podcast. But again, like, I'm not big enough. I'm not famous enough. That's all there is to it, actually. If I were bigger, I'd be on the stand-up. Once every 6 months. If I was just more famous. We all know that'd be a thing, right? I almost don't want to get bigger and better, because the moment that I do, there's going to be some of these fucking people that come out of the woodwork. Like, oh man, let's do some stuff together. Well, wait, why do you want to do stuff now with me versus before when I was smaller? Well, now you're big time. Well, fuck you, and I don't want to do it now. My opinions didn't change. The content I make didn't change. If I ever make it bigger, it's because I'm just still doing my same shit and people recognize the value of it. I'm not going to bullshit people or bamboozle people or, like, form an opinion and make content entirely around it. I'm not going to do news shit. Like, there's basically no way that I'll go big time. So it's not a problem I need to worry about. But god damn it. Can I just be honest in saying that, like, I would be majorly bummed on the Primeagen if he's never invited me to any of this shit before, and then all of a sudden I start going bigger, and then I get invites. I would actually start to respect him less if that happened. If I'm not good enough for his fucking stand-up now, I'm not good enough ever. It doesn't matter how popular I get. And if he were to ever change tune on that, I would respect him less, if I'm being honest. If I'm still small time and he wants to involve me, well, that's on him. And then I would respect it, I would appreciate it, etc. And who knows? But it's just like, man, there are some people that only want to tie themselves to your wagon the moment that you're actually popular instead of like embracing you as a person. And that I dislike. And so that is where I would just simply push back. Am I somewhat ostracized now? I think so. Would I be less ostracized if I got more famous? Well, then I would judge people that ostracize me less because of that. If that makes sense. And maybe ostracized is the wrong term. But kept out of the loop is maybe a better term. Am I only worthy of being in the loop once I get to like a certain level of popularity? I would never want to talk to any person that has that gait ever again. Just saying. You can just recognize people who are real versus people who are just doing it for the fucking clout, for the fucking numbers. And I don't know, man. The more and more I go on with my life, the more and more I want to associate less and less with people that are there just for the numbers. The more and more I stream. Just, I don't know, man. There's something really fucking shitty about that. Oh, you only want to bring on people to your stream that have X amount of clout or X amount of popularity? Ew. Gross. That's how you think? Ew. Gross. Yeah, and I will just say, like, I do a little bit get that vibe from Prime. And it does bum me out a little, because I'm actually a fan. I like the dude. I consider him a friend. He's fucking awesome. But at the end of the day, like, dude, if he's just clout maxing, like, I want to have less and less to do with people clout maxing, if that makes sense. Hey, what up, TBD, dude? We haven't seen you in ages, dude. Yeah. Hey, TBD, Mr. Sir, what have you been doing, man? Dude, we haven't seen you in fucking ages, man. And then, hold on. Literally gambling, I'm describing mainstream avoidance. Yeah, I listen to Tool and Primus. Mainstream avoidance is part of my fucking personality at this point. You know that, right? I'm a snowboard, like, bum. Yeah, mainstream avoidance has always been the thing. Always. Do you not know me? Have I not made that apparent? I am mainstream avoidance embodied. I am the personification of mainstream avoidance. If mainstream avoidance were a real person and it weren't me, I think we'd be best friends. But yeah, what's up, TBD Gamer? We're just chilling. We're hanging out. We're just ranting. We're on a Wednesday, like a rare Wednesday stream. We will be raiding someone, so I appreciate the raid. We will be raiding someone within the next, like, 15 to 20 minutes or so, because I have a gaming stream I need to get to where I'm going to be playing some Borderlands 4 with our crew. This is a rare Wednesday stream for me, so I apologize, but maybe that's all we needed to get you back into channel real quick. So yeah, TBD, Mr. Sir, what you been up to? So hold up. Let me read what you're doing. You need to lurk. You had a bit of a break from streaming. Back streaming work on your project management application. Oh, cool, dude. Fuck yeah, man. So yeah, thank you for the raid. Welcome everyone from the raid. Appreciate you. We hang out, we do our thing, but yes, we are literally gambling is basically diagnosing a little bit of some personal shit that I got, which I've been really upfront and accurate about my entire fucking life. Yeah, dude, mainstream shit sucks. Fuck the mainstream. No, literally gambling. Don't feel bad about that. You're totally, you're 100% right. Fuck the mainstream. Dude, pop music? Ugh. Are you kidding me? Taylor Swift? People listen to that? Ugh. Gross. Ugh. Ugh. I will spit on the ground before I listen to that bullshit. So yeah, I am anti-mainstream basically everything. So you're not wrong. You have accurately assessed my personality trait, possibly personality flaw. But yes, I am actively anti-mainstream. I am the anti-pop. Run against the grain till the day I drop. And yes, that's a Primus song. Who's Primus? Yeah. I mean, you probably wouldn't know. They're not mainstream enough. Boom, roasted. I'm just kidding. I'm bullshitting a little bit. But, I'm also being honest. Yeah, dude. Mainstream? Ugh. People? What a bunch of bastards. Dude, 63 viewers here. Y'all aren't people. You're human beings. That's a different thing. Y'all are hopefully, probably pretty damn chill. If you were to take the 63 viewers that are here right now versus the, I don't know, let's call it 2,000 in software and game dev, y'all are the better ones, right? Hipster Jesus doesn't buy mainstream beer. He brews. That is such a good play on words. That one's amazing. I love that one. Fuck yeah, dude. That one's really good. All right, so for everyone joining the stream right now, we've been ranting for way too goddamn long. I do want to show off that GetKraken has a new thing that I should probably show off. In which, yeah, this is a typical pull request, but this is a new version of viewing that pull request on GetKraken's, infrastructure. And we can look at the overview of it, right? Sure. We can look at the suggestions for it. Sure. And there's stuff we can do. I think there's more that we could do via filters here. But does anyone have any opinions or things that you would like me to pass on about this, right? Sure, it's got the description and it's got conversation stuff, and you can add comments and do other things. We see the comments from the YouTube thread. It's just another view for YouTube stuff, and I believe we're using a better diff algorithm than YouTube, technically. But also, there's more stuff we could do, and I don't want to color the feedback in a major way, but I think there's other things we could do filter-wise. Are there other filters that you could think about? Better diff algo than who? Than GitHub. GitHub's pull request view does a purely string-based analysis rather than a semantic analysis. So the diffs that we have could actually be within a single line versus the entire line. Now, could GitHub just do a better semantic diff? Sure, they totally could. That is not a feature. That's a very low-hanging fruit thing that they could just do to make their own thing better. But they got so much shit to do that maybe, I don't know, do they care about that part? I think there's more that we can do, personally. What else would you want to see in this view? Is there any feedback that I could solicit right now? And yeah, technically, this is kind of my job. Working on how to monetize this feature. Well, yeah, you can't use this unless you're on like a paid tier of GitKraken. Nah, that's actually easy. Oh, GitHub? Oh, I don't know GitHub. Not sure. You're saying a better diff algorithm is something they're working on to try and monetize better? I doubt it, because like really it's a client side thing. It's not something you should care about. Maybe it is a server side thing, but even then, I don't know if it's really like that expensive to do. So I would say it's probably not a cost problem. It's more about like, yeah, we could do anything, but just because we can doesn't mean we should. And that's where like all these vibe coders are fucking fucked too. Yeah, just because you can build it doesn't mean you should. Right? Vibe coding and AI tools and all of this like code generation stuff that lives there out there in the world now, on the world with us, the value that it has is only valuable if you have a really keen, discerning bit of like taste of what you think is actually like good and what is not. You need customers to tell you about that shit in general, anyway. So, like, just because we can go from like zero to fucking prototype in no time doesn't mean we should merge that into the main code base immediately. No, we should do like we should still do the thing of like, well, yeah, we got a feature, let's test it with some clients. We could like opt them in via feature flags or whatever, sure, who gives a shit. And then let us know how it is, and then we'll fix it before it goes live for everyone. That's still the same process you have to do whether you vibe coded it or built it from scratch. And that process is actually still more time consuming than writing the code in the first place. You know? So at some point, like, I don't know, man. All these people that think SaaS is dead and that AI is going to take jobs, like, I don't think they write enough software to understand. You only think it's taking your job if you're actually, like, kind of a shit dev. If you're a better dev, dude, none of this shit's taking my job. I'm good. We're set, man. I am still moderately convinced that I could get a job at most companies as like a software dev. Even though I'm a developer advocate right now, the shit I do every day, the stuff I talk about, the amount that I'm like aware of how these things work, and the dev process in general, I am still massively qualified for development jobs. Even though I would probably try and stick with like DevRel and dev advocacy because it's a way chiller job. And yes, I'm a lazy human being. I would happily take a 30% pay cut for a 50% easier job. Is that very similar to, hold on, there's a Popeye quote. I'd happily pay you Tuesday for a cheeseburger I eat today. Let's really just like start to think about it. I think that's important. So hold on. We will be migrating over to gaming here pretty damn quick. I might need to even like turn on the oven and like get food going or something. Like, dude, what am I even eating for dinner? I don't know. Let me go pee. I'll be right back. What is a good perversion of that quote? Hold on. That actually like makes me think. Right? Like the cheeseburger guy from Popeye. I'll happily pay you today for a cheeseburger. I'll happily pay you on Tuesday for a cheeseburger I eat today or something like that, right? Isn't that it? Isn't that the quote? Hold on. Wimpy, I believe is his name. Wimpy cheeseburger Popeye. I'll gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today. It's a hamburger today. Yeah. That's it. I'll gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today. Is that not like the fucking like definition of AI companies at this point? I'll happily replace all of your software devs for an investment today. Right? I'll happily replace all of your software devs tomorrow for an investment today. This actually like is literally like the business model of every fucking startup ever. I get that. Literally gambling. That is the third law. That is Arthur C. Clarke's third law, for sure. He has other laws about writing good science fiction as well, but that is purely in the context of writing good science fiction. And that's a separate thing. And technically, if you were to really think about it, some modern films have actually proved that wrong. And then others have proven it right. I would say The Martian proves that fucking wrong. That said, The Martian actually like has a bunch of like major inaccuracies that are not actually like relevant to modern science, right? Like, no, Mars does not have an atmosphere. There's no goddamn such thing of a windstorm that would prevent people from fucking flying away. No, I'm sorry. Mars doesn't have an atmosphere. There's no windstorm. What the fuck are you talking about? No, there's no windstorm. That does not exist. That is fundamentally false. Does not exist. That was imagined by a film. Interstellar. They got so much shit right and then they got so much shit wrong so quick. Mars has an atmosphere? Does it? I know the moon doesn't. I was not aware of Mars having an atmosphere. Are you sure? Ah, okay. So it's a very thin atmosphere. Okay, okay, okay. So it does have an atmosphere. My bad. My bad. I'm sorry. But it's so thin that it would never create a storm like that, right? So I think, okay, so maybe that's the part that I was wrong. Dust could reduce solar panel efficiency. Sure, sure, sure. There are huge storms on Mars, but they don't migrate that much. They tend to stick to the same place. They don't, as far as I know, like that giant fucking storm on Mars actually lives in the exact same fucking place as it always has. I know there's a giant goddamn storm on Mars. That thing doesn't move though. Because as far as I'm aware, Mars is actually like tidally locked. Mars has jet streams? As far as I know, the superstorm on Mars doesn't move. I believe it's localized over like a very specific area, and it migrates maybe like within that area, but it's not like a worldwide fucking phenomenon. Wait, what am I thinking of that has this? Oh, am I thinking of Jupiter? Oh, I'm thinking of Jupiter. My bad, my bad. My bad. I'm sorry. My bad, my bad. Jupiter is tidally locked, and the Jupiter superstorm doesn't move. Fuck. All right, I fucked that up. I mixed all those up. I'm thinking Jupiter. Fuck. All right, touche, touche. My bad. And like Jupiter has like a superstorm that is like locked at one specific location, right? I mean, yeah, I get it, dude. I'm wrong all the time, man. I'm a streamer. Yeah, I'm wrong all the fucking time, man. What are you talking about? I'm a streamer. Yeah. The expectation is that I'm wrong. What streams have you been watching? Wait, am I thinking of Neptune? I don't know. I know at least there's some planet. There's some fucking planet in our universe that has basically a storm, like a storm that would ruin life here on Earth, locked to one specific location, and it never moves. I forget which planet that is, but you're right. I was mixing that up with Mars, and that's my fault. That's my bad. Is Jupiter the one? The big storm that never moves is on Jupiter. Okay, there we go. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. We got there, we got there. Sorry, I apologize. And it's not really locked into place, but like the planet, I know it's perpetual, but also the planet doesn't rotate. So it's kind of like locked into basically the same place. Wait, isn't Jupiter tidally locked? Am I wrong on that one? I thought Jupiter didn't rotate. I thought Jupiter was like our fucking moon and it just doesn't rotate. So there's like a perpetual like dark side. And I technically thought that was what Mars does, but I guess I'm wrong. I guess I'm wrong about Jupiter too. Shit. All right, well, whatever. Fucking belters. Oh, Mercury might be locked. I feel like there's a couple other planets that are locked as well, though. I'm almost positive there's like more than one planet that's like tidally locked to the sun. And when I say tidally, I just mean like locked, right? Like it doesn't rotate and spin on its own axis in any way that matters. No, like I guess here's the thing. If a planet were truly possibly like absolutely locked, wouldn't it just break apart, actually? Okay, so it's not a one to one, but it's similar. Okay, okay. Oh, it's more common for moons to be tidally locked. Ah, touche. Right, right. Like our moon. Okay. Like the moons of Miami. Hey-oh! Bad joke, bad joke. All right, my bad. Okay, hold on. So, it's about time for us to go raid into another stream. We're about to play some Borderlands 4 over on the gaming channel. One sec. So, I stream on Griffing and Chill. If you want to hang out and watch me and James and Wormbane play some Borderlands 4, and then maybe watch me watch some bullshit after we're done with that at like 9 p.m. my time, right? I got like a good 2.5 hours of gaming with these guys, and they're my crew, right? Wednesday night wrecking crew. If you guys are not into it, that's fine. I'll be here live tomorrow, and we'll be focusing more on code. A random Wednesday stream, yeah, I mean, I was gonna bullshit the entire day anyway, so, yeah, whatever. But we got more work to do. I do love the conversations. I love the bullshit, and thank you all for correcting me being wrong. I misunderstood all of this shit. Well, okay then. Wait, what did I fucking pin by accident? Wait, what? What did I pin? Oh, I didn't even mean to pin that. How did I fucking pin that? Sorry about that. Unpin. I don't know where that came from. I think I misclicked. But, yeah, so, thank you all for joining. We are going to go raid someone, because I want to play some games with James and Wormbane. We're going to be playing some Borderlands 4 here in a bit. But yeah, as far as like, honestly, hold on. Do we paste this right now? Hold on. No. Yeah, loose changes. There we go. Hold on. What was his name? Wimpy? The burger guy? Cheeseburger, whatever, right? Yeah. Wimpy cheeseburger? This seems like the image to me. That seems like the image. Am I wrong? Keep them coming. That seems like it. That's fucking it, dude. Yeah. So we're doing that right now. Let's just now. Yeah, let's do now. Yeah. Posting now. All right, so again, this PR thing. If you would like to use this PR thing on your code base and you have permission to use GitKraken, we need your opinion, right? Because I could point out all the shit I want, but if a customer doesn't say they want it, they'll never listen to me anyway, even though I'm like just passing on what people say. It would have been better with an AI generated photo. Touche. But here's my biggest thing, right? Like, Who here wants to try this shit out? We need people to try this shit out. And I can get you early access to try this shit out if you have permission to use GitKraken at your company on your code base. You can just opt in. As long as we have permission, we're good. You could use your free trial. It would be fine. I am just very curious, how do you feel about a code review UI that replaces the GitHub review UI? I'm not sure this is actually replacing anything for me yet. So, Literally Gambling, if you would like to get access to this feature, let me know. You could send me a message over on Discord, and I can get you access. If you're curious, I would love your feedback. Honestly. We're looking more for, like, people who do code review, like, on teams. Like, do you have a team that you're working with, or are you just still just, like, you're doing, like, code review of your own shit, etc.? Like, I'm really curious about that. You've never used GitKraken? I don't care. That part doesn't matter to me. I don't give a shit. If you want to try it out and you want access to this feature, all you got to do is send me a DM over on Discord, and I will pass you to the person that needs to, like, grant your account access to this, like, code review thing. If you do a lot of code review, I think there's some value there, you know? I get it. It's maybe a little less valuable to us, but again, any feedback you want to give, I mean, I can get you access. We can make that happen. Just send me a DM. We can get you access. Especially if you have a GitKraken account. Like, dude, that's extra easy. If you don't have one yet, well, yeah, your email won't do anything for us because we have to, like, grant an account access to the feature. That's fine, man. I'm not asking about your experience. I don't care. If this works for you or it doesn't work for you, your feedback is still valuable. Like, I'm not going to, like, disregard it. That's up to someone else. I think it's totally fucking valuable. Whether someone else disregards it, well, that's someone else's purview on, like, what is valuable. But we will happily check out your opinions and, I don't know, what do you like about it? What do you don't? In my opinion, I want to break this shit up differently. I don't want to color your feedback, but man, when it comes to doing a PR review, I would love to break this shit up, like, semantically. Like, I get we can do a semantic diff. Dude, I'm not even getting, like, per line diffs on this shit. I'm not even getting, like, diffs inline on this shit. Dude, yeah, I don't know. So far, I don't like it, personally. Give me a fucking summary, right? Not just an analysis, not just an overview. Give me a fucking summary, man. Tell me, what is the risk of merging this? You know? What is the actual risk? I want to see that somewhere, and I see nothing about it. I think that is the biggest value we could give. Like, could we start rating the amount of risk and letting people, like, scope it and, like, oh, dude, if it's less than a risk of blank, just merge it. Fuck it, man. I don't care. Looks good to me. Versus, like, oh no, this is, yeah, if this merges and it breaks a bunch of things, like, yeah, no, it could totally break a bunch of shit. The risk of these things should be, like, the most prevalent, like, value that we care about in this view. But we don't see anything like that. Like, dude, the summary fucking sucks. Dude, this summary sucks. That summary fucking sucks, man. 2 key insights. Yeah, I don't care about the insights. Like, none of this is actually valuable to me as a reviewer, because I'm still going to have to look at the code. What is the risk of me rubber stamping this thing? Why is that not surfaced at the top level? I think that's my biggest bit of feedback. And I don't know where to report this feedback. But here's the thing. If I say it, no one's going to fucking listen to me. Well, yeah, you work for the company and like, I don't know, are you even a dev? I am a dev. I'm more of a dev than most of the devs at the company, actually. I do dev on my own time. Can we just recognize, like, I do software dev for fun. I do it on my own time, outside of work. I would bet money that I am in the upper 10% of software devs at our company that actually do work outside of work. Yeah, exactly, JD. That's the point I'm trying to make. Like, wait, you program for fun outside of work? Outside of your actual job? What the fuck? Yeah, dude. I love doing this shit. Don't you? Like, I don't know, man. I'm just saying. I would put my passion up against the majority of the devs at our company. That said, the majority of the devs at our company would not look at my experience as relevant. Right now. Which is fucking weird, man. I just feel like most of the company doesn't take my opinion as valuable. Because I'm not an employed software dev. Motherfuckers, I write more software than your employed software devs. Are you fucking kidding me? I do it as a hobby, even. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, dude, I don't know. That is the thing I push back on the most. I feel like as a developer advocate, my opinion is actually like sidelined because people think I'm not a software dev. And that fucking bums me out more than anything. More than fucking anything. So yeah, anyway. Whatever. We're at 6:35 p.m. I need to get in some fucking Borderlands too. You like my opinion even when it's wrong. Well, I mean, I'm wrong all the time, but at least I'll admit when I'm wrong. How many people would have doubled down on like the Mars and space bullshit? Fuck you. I still believe it's tidally locked. Meh. Like, no, come on, man. I can admit when I'm wrong. Like, come on, dude. That's better than every software dev you've ever worked with, because how many devs have you met that doubled down on being wrong in code review? Almost every single one, right? Shit. Shit. You had an interview double down on being wrong. Oh my god, dude, that's the worst. All right, so we're gonna go raid someone. I should have done this ages ago. Who is streaming right now? Yeah. We need to raid someone. That is all there is to it. Who is streaming right now that we should raid? We see Crystal Mess. Hold on, wait. Is Crystal Mess wearing like a uniform or something today? Game over? I mean, I don't know about that. We see Blaze Bits. We see Sharkface Lives. VR vibing. Honestly, hold on. Now, we're going to go raid Sharkface. Because he's a dude, man. And he's doing a bunch of like weird VR shit that is really kind of cool. If you guys haven't seen this, like, dude, this is kind of like mind-blowing, in my opinion. So yeah, we're going to go raid Sharkface Lives. And now I actually see Sharkface. Holy shit. Sharkface has an amazing goddamn beard. What? Okay, okay. I don't know why. I thought Sharkface was younger. Oh, wait, hold on. He's wearing like a mask or something, isn't he? All right. He could be young. Who knows? Oh, hold on. So we're going to go raid Sharkface. And then, hold on. You had an interview, double down on being wrong. Dude, that is just so fucking gnarly. Here's the thing. Either that interview was like judging you for like, well, is he going to let us gaslight him? And either they're looking for a yes or a no, and you don't want to work at a job that will allow you, like, you will allow them to gaslight you. So I think you dodged a fucking bullet, dude. I think you dodged a goddamn bullet. It was a test and you passed. Well, when you say you passed, did you get the job or didn't you? I guess that's the bigger thing. I don't know, man. I got no idea. It's like I smoke weed or something. God, Elon is such a fucking shitbag, dude. His racism knows no goddamn bounds. Dude, fucking Elon, man. That dude sucks so goddamn much. Why is that criminal still walking the earth not in prison? Like, what the fuck?